Welcome to the Everything Podcast.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 18 of the podcast. Yes, so we're at Episode 18. So I did 7 daily episodes last week. Go and check them out on the YouTube channel, which you can get by youtube.com/the Everything Podcast. And just before I get into it, if you want to get in touch with me about anything, ideas for podcast, guest, etc., just email everythingpodcast2022@gmail.com. So we've got another Neighbours special today. So none of last week's episodes were Neighbours related, but episode 10, which was I did the week before, is. So yes, here is. We've had a lot of Neighbours news. We've had cast announcements, we've had trailers, we've had return dates. So here is the trailer, or one of the trailers actually, for Neighbours, was titled Neighbours: A New Chapter. So here is the first trailer. Hope you enjoy. Ooh, is it playing? Here we are. Technical difficulties. That's annoying. Come on. Let's try again. Let's have another go. Oh no, it's playing without any sound. Right, let's have another go. Here is the new Neighbours trailer.
This is where it started. This is where my heart is. 'Cause this is where it started.
I love you.
This is all to me.
I will never, ever forget our wedding day.
This is where it started.
Marriage means different things to different people.
This cannot go wrong.
This is where it started.
I think they call it making an entrance.
That was the new trailer for the Neighbours, titled A New Chapter. And when you're seeing this, when Matt nicely animates it for me, you will see that it also announces the release date, which is 18th of September, which is, I think it's about 6 weeks away exactly to the day. So just a reminder, it is available on Channel 10 in Australia, Amazon Freevee in the UK and the US, and then a week later it is available in Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, and I think I might be missing one. No, it doesn't say that. But yes, that's the first bit of Neighbours news. The next bit is... Here we go, yes, it's just taking a bit of time to load. Yes, a new poster was revealed shortly after that video. So we've got Melanie Pearson, played by Lucinda Caldenis. We try and remember the whole full names of the characters and the actors. And you've got Toadie Rebecca, played by Ryan Maloney, Mackenzie Hargraves, played by Georgia Stone, Shiv, I can't remember his surname, I can't remember who's played by, a dog, which I'll get to in a minute, Carl Kennedy, played by Aaron Fletcher, Therese Willis, played by Rebecca Amaloglu, Susan Kennedy, played by Jackie Woodburn, a new character who I think his name's Cara, but I can't remember. Then you've got Reese, played by Mish Barton, and Paul Robinson, played by Stephen Dennis. That's the first poster. And we'll have another poster coming up shortly, but this trailer I'm releasing now was actually released just before the one, and this was about the Australian one, so let's have a listen.
You're all invited to a neighbour's wedding. A wedding you'll never ever forget. Neighbours returns Monday, September 18 on Channel 10.
Yes, so we don't know what time it's being released on Amazon Freevee in the UK and the US, and Prime Video in South Africa, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. But in Australia on Channel 10, it will be Monday, September 18th, as we said, 4:30 p.m. Channel 10, and it will be replayed again at 6:30 p.m. on 10 Peach, which is like the digital version, and Template, which I'm guessing is a on-demand service. So next, I think, is the other poster. Is it? Might be. Let's have yes. So we're gonna do back row first. So you got Paul Robinson, played by Stephen Dennis, Jane Harris, played by Annie Jones, Carl Kennedy, played by Alan Fletcher, Byron Stone, played by Xavier Leloyu, I think. Shiv, can't remember the surname, I can't remember the actor. Sadie Rodwell, played by Emerald Chan. Therese Willis, played by Rebecca Amaloglu. Susan Kennedy, played by Jackie Woodburn. Holly, I can't remember her surname, but she's Carl's and Izzy's daughter, played by Lucinda Armstrong Hall, and Toadie Rebecca, played by Ryan Maloney. I don't know if this is the same poster that I've already talked about or if it's a new one. Oh, no, because they've added a lot more characters. So you've got, let's click on the image so I can actually see all of them. So in the other one where we talked about all the characters, we've also got Leo Tanaka, played by Tim Kono, and I think that's his baby. Not entirely sure. Yep. Hugo, I don't know who the new actor is. Can't remember. Rodwell, he's a police sergeant, played by Lloyd Will. Sadie talked about Wendy Rodwell, played by Candice Lask. Yes, Sam seems to be in it, who Mike Young is the father of. That's related, saw Mike and Jane in the trailer, so I think that's it. So it's basically all the regulars. And speaking of regulars, they've announced a new cast member. Trevor the dog will make his screen debut when Neighbours returns on Monday, September 18th. And the last bit of Neighbours news today is a little trailer, mini trailer. Here it is. Yes, of course. It's not letting me play the audio again. Let's have another go right now. It's still weird hearing that preview, because even though they've released all of the episodes 2012 to 2018 at the time of recording, apparently they're releasing 2020. I forgot the last one. And a load, I think it's nearly 100 episodes, because they've taken some from those seasons, but we've got 2021, 2022 and some more iconic episodes apparently coming this Thursday. So yeah, that's it for Neighbours News. I just want to give you a quick insight into what else we've got coming up this week. We've got a poster for the new Blue Beetle movie, which we had a trailer for last week. We've got some Loki Season 2 news involving a trailer and some posters. And we've got some more Big Finish related stuff. So that's what we've got to look forward to this week. So I'll see you tomorrow. And that is it for the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 18. Bye.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 27, which is another Neighbours episode. So, in today's video, which is being released on the 16th of August, recording it about a week before. So, yes, some of the news in this video might be a bit odd, but what we know is that all the 2021 episodes of Neighbours are already out now, and more. Now, I'm recording this before all that information is out, so there'll probably be another podcast episode in the next couple of days that might add a bit to that But yes, we don't currently know. But speaking of Neighbours 2021, here is the trailer that will for the 2021 episodes of Neighbours. Here it is. Enjoy.
Come on, Toad, you're a good man. You're loyal, you're caring. You are a catch.
Yes, you are. Jared? It's me, Melanie.
Toadie has got absolutely no idea what he's in for.
Jared?
Rose. Oh, great minds do think alike.
You want to get back with Toby. You are deranged.
Okay, that's enough. Oh, why so crabby?
Are you kidding me?
Of course, you're the throuple.
No, it's not a throuple.
Sorry, it's polyamory. I think it's great to spread the love around.
Just forget about it. Pretend we never met.
Because you think I'm better off without you. That you don't deserve me?
Tonight isn't about fairy lights or candles. It's about you and me. And that's my idea of perfection.
Kyle, Eugene, Francis Canning, will you marry me?
1,000,000 times yes.
Glenn has been gone 30 years.
I saw him, I swear! Been a long time.
Glenn? I know exactly who these guys are.
These guys are capable of anything.
You're carrying my grandchild, that's it. And you'll never be anything more.
Nicolette doesn't make you happy, and I know I can.
You knew Chloe slept with Leo. I thought we were a family. What do we care about the baby?
Why do you keep screwing everything up for me? You okay?
Chloe, have you seen Nicolette? She's gone.
You picked the wrong person to have your baby, and now she's run away with it.
She has taken my grandchild away from us. I'm not going to rest until she's found.
Yes, so that was the Neighbours 2021 episode trailer. And yes, that's another shorter shorter episode of the podcast. Just remember, like if you enjoy the podcast episodes, subscribe if you want to get updated about when you get new episodes, because obviously it's every day. Comment, because on every podcast episode I normally post a question, so it'd be great to see some replies to those questions, because I've had a few already. Yeah, but if you don't want to do any of that YouTube stuff, remember you can also get in touch by emailing everythingpodcast2022@gmail.com. So yeah, that's it for the Everything Podcast Season 2, Episode 27. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast Season 2, Episode 28. So in yesterday's video, podcast episode, I showed you the Neighbours 2021 trailer, which was released because, as we now know, because I recorded that episode before the Neighbours episodes came out on Amazon Freevee in the UK and the US, and on Prime Video in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and South Africa. So yes, but we now know that both the 2021 and the 2022 episodes are all there. So before we get to that, there has also been released a recap of Neighbours 37 years, so from 1985 to 2022, where it was cancelled. So here is the Neighbours recap.
On the outskirts of Melbourne, Australia, there's a suburb called Erinsborough and a street called Ramsay Street, where extraordinary things tend to happen.
Hey, party.
I'm very eager to do battle with the Robinsons.
Good on you, Mrs. Mangle.
Here's to Susan.
Susan!
Susan! Susan!
Oh, shut up, Paul!
I love you. The thing about this street is it's always home.
Oh, Mum!
I don't know how I survived my teenage years without the love and support that I found on this street.
In some ways, the street party felt like an ending, but it was really just the beginning. As the saying goes, everybody needs good neighbours.
Yeah, so that was a recap from 1985 with the first episode to the last episode of the 28th of July 2022 in Australia and the 29th in the UK. But yes, speaking about the finale and 2022 episode, it is the 2022 trailer.
I can't wait to get out of town.
Welcome to Riverbend.
This trip is starting to sound like quite the party.
Was Kiri just flirting with me then?
He's in the bush with a deranged woman.
Why are you acting so weird?
If you hadn't spoken to the cops, none of this would have happened.
Are you gonna kill me too? Fashion Week is the biggest event in Lassiter's history.
I'm about to be arrested. The whole thing will fall apart.
It's just all so superficial.
For the first time in my life, people think I'm beautiful.
Can't wait to see you knock 'em dead tomorrow.
I can't stop thinking about you. And seeing you with Amy, I hate it.
Nothing can go wrong today. Nothing. Enjoy the show.
You have spent your entire life for this opportunity. Do not let anyone take it away from you.
Montana Marcel is not the woman that you think she is.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything.
It certainly feels like the end of an era. It all goes so quickly.
Seeing him again, it was like no time had passed at all.
Yeah, there's lots of old faces floating about. Do you think Ray still loves me?
Your story, my story. I wanted a reason to come back.
When I'm with you, it's just the best feeling in the world. The street is not going to be the same without you. This is going to be a great new start.
Where are you moving to?
I don't really know.
We might be leaving the street, but we're always going to be in each other's lives.
Always.
So, yeah, as I said, the recording stopped there, so I don't know how much you actually heard. But that is actually it for the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 28. So I will see you tomorrow where I'll have another Big Finish Doctor Who related trailer, so I'll see you then. But in the meantime, that's it. So see you tomorrow, and bye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 57. So like I announced at the end of the last episode, this is going to be a Neighbours special, looking at all the news we have received for the Neighbours reboot, which is either just premiered, is about to premiere, premiering September 18th, 7am in the UK, 4:30 in Australia. It will also be released in the US, Canada, South Africa, I think that's it. Yeah, most English-speaking countries. But here is the initial announcement for Neighbours Return on November 17th, 2022. Here it is.
Carl, Chappie, have you heard the news?
What news?
We're coming back on Amazon Freevee. Oh, it's Paul.
Hello, mate. What's that all over your face?
And on your head.
Oh, well, it's nice to see you too.
More to the point, Paul, we're coming back on Amazon Freevee.
You haven't told us when.
How does the second half of next year sound?
I'm there. Works for me. Yeah. Paul?
Hang on, gonna have to check my diary. All right, I'll make myself available. Happy?
There you go. Hey, we're coming back. We're coming back. We're coming back.
Neighbours, everybody needs good neighbours.
Just thank you for all the love and loyalty you've shown us here at Neighbours.
We miss you and we can't wait to see you again.
All the new episodes will be coming to Amazon Freevee in the UK and in the US, which means you can watch them for free.
The show will also be available for streaming on Prime Video in Australia, New Zealand and Canada.
And we're very excited to announce that thousands of classic episodes will also be available to stream. Yeah, you won't have to wait long for those to drop, so keep checking back for updates. And in Australia, the show will be on Network 10 first. You can see all the new episodes there, and later on Prime Video.
Can't wait to begin this exciting new adventure with you.
See you in 2023. Neighbours,
Oh, don't sing, Carl, really.
Yep, so that was the initial announcement of Neighbours' return for 2023, or more accurately, the second half of 2023. Here is another little trailer for Neighbours' return, which was also released on November 17th, 2022.
Neighbours, everybody needs good neighbours. Neighbours should be there for one another. That's when good neighbours become good friends.
Here is another teaser from November 17th, 2022, which was released in Australia.
Neighbours, everybody needs good neighbours.
Here was a teaser that was released on the 6th of December 2022 with Jackie Woodburn, who plays Susan Kennedy, and Alan Fletcher, who plays Carl Kennedy, reading one of the first scripts. Here it is.
Wow.
Is that even possible?
I don't know. I do know I don't look good in the toga.
Oh, I can't wait.
Here is a clip which was released on December 19th, 2022 with Stephen Dennis, who plays Paul Robinson, reading one of the first Neighbours scripts.
You're kidding. They want Paul to do that? I know I've done some strange things in the past, but that is unbelievable. I think you better stay tuned.
Here was a teaser that was released on the 1st of January this year, 2023, to remind us all, if they weren't remind us all enough, the Neighbours was returning in 2023. Here is that teaser released on the 1st of January 2023.
This has really come out of nowhere.
Shall we give it a go?
Really?
It's amazing, isn't it?
I think it's wonderful.
You're going to congratulate me?
Time will tell.
Just tell me, it's quite simple.
Don't.
So that was the trailer teaser released on the 1st of January 2023. Next up is so then on the next video that was released on Neighbours' social media channels was throughout starting from February, where they were announced that they would release the 2012 season of Neighbours, and then they did the same in March of 2013, April in 2014, May with 2015 and 2016, June with 2017 and 2018, July with 2019 and 2020, and in August with 2021 and 2022. Next up is Stephen Dennis, who plays Paul Robinson in Neighbours, explaining to all of us what Amazon Freevee actually is.
Freevee is Amazon's free streaming service. That's right, thousands of TV shows and movies all for free.
And here is the same thing done by Ryan Maloney, who plays Toadie Rebecca, and will continue to play Toadie Rebecca on Neighbours. Here it is.
If you haven't already, you can download the Freevee app on all your mobile devices or on your TVs, your Apple TV, your Google TV, your Fire TV, or you can stream Freevee via your Prime Video app.
Yeah, so there'll be another video later on in this episode talking about where you can all watch it in various countries. The next video released was actually a cast announcement for the Neighbours reboot and was released on February 28th, 2023. Here is that cast announcement.
Okay, I think this is working. I'm passing the phone to someone who has questionable taste in men.
Oh. Speak for yourself. Okay. I'm passing the phone to an old flame.
What? I thought we weren't going to talk about that. I'm passing the phone to the strongest person I know.
Oh, that's really nice. Thank you. Okay, I'm passing the phone to someone who is definitely not plain, but does have a super brain.
Oh, Mackenzie, that is very sweet of you, and has been a while since anyone's called me that. Well, I suppose all that's left is to say, see you soon. Okay, what do I do now?
So we had the initial Neighbours Returns announcement, which featured Jackie Woodburn as Susan, Alan Fletcher as Carl, Stephen Dennis as Paul, Ryan Maloney as Toadie, and then in this one we had Tim Carno as Leo, Georgia Stone as Mackenzie, Rebecca Amaloglu as Therese, and Annie Jones as Jane. So at the end of the episode I'll go through all of the cast announcements. Next up was the announcement that Neighbours would begin filming again on the 17th of April 2023. Next up was a clip from Jackie Woodburn, who plays Susan after receiving the Radio Times Soap Championship winning. So here is a video from Jackie Woodburn, who plays Susan.
Hi everyone, Jackie Woodburn here, aka Susan Kennedy from Neighbours. I just wanted to say a huge thank you to all the Radio Times readers who took the time to vote for me in this latest soap championship competition. I am completely blown away. I can't tell you what it means to me, especially coming on the back of our recent tour to celebrate Neighbours coming back on air on Amazon Freevee later in the year. We had the opportunity to meet so many of you and share the excitement that we'll be back. And I'm so grateful to all of you for caring about the show, for loving the show, and for giving me this tremendous honor. I also want to pay tribute to my fellow colleagues on Neighbours. We are an ensemble. We are really just one great big actor. So it's for all of us, and I thank you once again from the bottom of my heart. It's a huge honor, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
So that was Jackie thanking all the Radio Times readers for voting her in as the winner of the Radio Times Soap Champion. The next cast announcement, which took place and was revealed on April 16th, 2023, which took place after all of the shows that the Neighbours cast, so Stephen Dennis, April Rose Brangilli, Annie Jones, Ryan Maloney, Jackie Woodburn, and Alan Fletcher. I think it was about 15 shows all over the UK, and then there was one in Melbourne, which this next cast member was a part of. So it reads, we're so excited to announce that Lucinda Cowden will reprise her role as Melanie Pearson in new episodes of Neighbours later this year. We can't wait to welcome her back, and maybe her pig collection too. Even Madame Zolga couldn't have predicted this. The next cast announcement, which actually took place a day later after the reveal of Lucinda Cowden, who plays Melanie Pearson on Neighbours, returning. So this actually took place on April 17th, which was the official start of Neighbours begin filming. This reads, we're excited to announce Misha Barton will be joining the Neighbours cast as a guest star, playing the character Reese, an American new to Erinsborough who's not white, who she appears to be. The next cast announcement, which took place 10 days later on April 27th, reads, "We're very happy to announce that Lloyd Will is also reprising his role as Sergeant Andrew Rodwell in the new season of Neighbours. Who else was going to keep those Erinsborough residents in check?" The next segment that I'm going to talk about is with Rebecca Emaloglu, who plays Therese on Neighbours, taking us behind the scenes on the first week back at Neighbours filming. So here is that clip.
Hi guys, it's Rebecca here. I play Therese Willis, and this is our first week back, which is really exciting. And you're going to come and follow me to see what I do to prepare to turn into Therese. Ryan is parked in my spot and I've parked in his spot. Anyway, scripts, my water for hydration, got some boiled eggs. We are going to go and check out Therese's wardrobe. That's when good there she is. I haven't got dressed yet.
So that was Rebecca Emaloglu as Therese, showing us her transformation from her normal self to Therese. It was the next cast announcement, which was announced on the 24th of April, because I was using Twitter, now called X, but one of the other cast announcements was exclusive to Instagram, so that's why a bit who to read. We're very excited to announce that Emerald Chan will be reprising her role as Sadie Rodwell in all new episodes of Neighbours later this year. What kind of trouble will Sadie be causing in Erinsborough next? We can't wait to find out. Then the next cast announcement was on the 1st of May, which reads, "And Wendy makes 3. We're delighted that Kendall Lask will be returning with the rest of the Rodwell clan in all new episodes of Neighbours. We're looking forward to Wendy saying yoo-hoo again later in the year." Next up is a behind-the-scenes video from Misha Barton, one of the latest additions to Neighbours. Here is that behind-the-scenes video.
Hi guys, it's Misha Barton here. I've started filming on set and it's all going so great. I can't wait for you guys to see it. There's lots of drama to come, so see you all soon.
Next up is another behind-the-scenes clip, this time from Ian Smith, who plays Howard Bishop on Neighbours. Here it is.
I was dying to see how they would bring us all back. Now I know, and you don't. No, that's not very nice, is it? It's incredible how they're going to bring us back. I love it. And it's a bit cheeky, but if you can't be a bit cheeky, what's the point of getting up in the morning, eh? I'm sure you're all going to be very happy. All the people that you, I think all the people that you love are there. I was surprised with some of the things I had to do. I hope you're surprised. It's going to be wonderful though. I know you'll let us know whether you agree or not. Please do. Don't hold back. If you disagree, no, go away. I don't want to know you. Go on, off you go, now.
So next up. Here is the next clip that was released, which involves a message from Lloyd Will, who plays Andrew, and Candice Lisk, who plays Wendy.
Hey guys, welcome back. We are the Rodwells.
The Rodwells!
And this is one of our first scenes back at the Rodwell house, and we are super excited to be back on set. Can't wait to bring it all to you back at home.
I am so thrilled to be here with Lloyd today. We've got so many people working around us, and all we can say is the Rodwells are back with a bang.
Mm-hmm.
See you soon.
See ya.
So the next cast announcement was announced on May the 12th, 2023, and it reads, "We're happy to officially announce that Lucinda Armstrong Hall will be reprising her role as Holly Hoyland in new episodes of Neighbours later this year. Is Holly still the sweet girl that we remember, or is she now more of her mother's daughter? We'll have to wait and see." And the next bit of Neighbours news reads, Misha meets her new neighbours. Here is one of her first ever pictures on set as Reese Sinclair, and we can't be more thrilled to have her moving in for a little while. And the next cast announcement, which was announced on the 22nd of May 2023, could have been a bit expected or unexpected, and it reads, "It's official folks, Guy Pearce is riding back into Erinsborough as Mike Young in all new episodes of Neighbours later this year." And the next cast announcement, which was announced on the 25th of May 2023, reads, "We're absolutely thrilled that Geordie Gordon will soon be back on set to reprise her role as Ellie Conway. This officially means that Shelley will be reunited on screen in all new episodes of Neighbours later this year. Get excited." The next cast announcement, which was announced on the 7th of June 2023, reads, "Harold's is under new management. We're thrilled to announce that Shiv Palka will be joining us in the new role of House Descat in all new episodes of Neighbours later this year. Plus, he's had the seal of approval from Harold himself." And the next clip, which was released on the 16th of June, is a message from Susan Kennedy herself, Jackie Woodburn. Here it is.
Hi everyone, Jackie here. You've been so patient. We're all counting sleeps until we get our show back on air again, but stick with us because every day I am more and more amazed at the way these stories are going. We're all stopping each other in the corridor going, "Have you read the script? Can you believe that that happens?" So please stay with us, stay strong, and it will be worth the wait, I promise. Lots of love from me to you.
And the next cast announcement, which was announced on 22nd of June 2023, reads, "Meet your new neighbours. Cara and Remy Varga Murphy will be moving to Ramsey Street with their sons JJ and Dex when Neighbours returns this September." That will be explained in a second. "We can't wait to welcome Sarah West, Naomi Wolverine, Riley Bryant and Marley Williams to the show." So yeah, with the previous announcement of the new Neighbours family, here is a behind-the-scenes clip from them.
Hi, I'm Naomi Kravina and I play Dr. Remy Varga Murphy.
And I'm Sarah West and I play Cara Varga Murphy.
We, along with our screen sons, are very excited to be joining the new Neighbours and to let you know that we will be on screen this September.
On Amazon Freevee, Prime and Network 10 in Australia.
Can't wait to meet you.
Next up is the announcement that Neighbours would be returning in September. Here, let's head over to Candice Lisk, who plays Wendy, and Annie Jones, who plays Jane.
Hi, I'm Annie Jones and I play Jane.
And I'm Candice Lisk and I play Wendy Rodwell.
And we're very excited to let you know that
Neighbours is coming back
in
September!
Woohoo! Woo! We're super excited for you to see all of the new episodes that we've been making.
So cannot wait for you to see some of the new storylines with some familiar faces.
And a whole lot of new faces too, so be sure to tune in September.
Can't wait.
See you
See
then.
ya.
The next cast announcement, which was released and announced on the 15th of July 2023, reads, "We're very excited to announce that Xavier Molyneux will be taking on the role of Byron Stone, the son of Jane Harris. Byron will be thrust into the heart of the Ramsey Street drama when Neighbours returns this September." Next up is another behind-the-scenes clip, this time with Stephen Dennis, who plays Paul, and Rebecca Omaloglu, who plays Therese, and they give us a sneak peek of the behind-the-scenes look at a storyline meeting with all the new cast. Here it is.
Okay, so we're here, our first day. Lots of meetings. We're just about to meet all the new cast and all
and some crew.
and some crew. We're having a big meeting with executive producer Jason to find out what is
This
happening.
is so exciting because we haven't got a clue. We don't know what's going
I know
on.
a little bit. I know more than he does.
Yeah.
Neighbors, everybody needs good neighbors. Neighbors should be there for one another. That's when good neighbors become good friends.
Oh my god. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Gotta call my agent.
Mind blown.
The next... sorry about that, I just didn't expect the video to all of a sudden abruptly start playing. So yes, you probably guessed by that tiny snippet. It is the next bit of Neighbours news, which was released on the 1st of August, is the teaser for New Neighbours. So here is the teaser for the Neighbours reboot. Enjoy.
This is where it started. This is where my heart is. This is where it started. This is
I love you.
This is home to me.
I will never, ever forget our wedding day.
This is where it started.
Marriage means different things to different people.
This cannot go wrong.
This is where it
I think they call it making an entrance.
So, I think it was about an hour or before the trailer, the teaser that you've just seen was released, a promo for Channel 10 in Australia, which is the network that Neighbours was on for a long period of time. And then obviously it was cancelled last year. But yes, here is that little clip.
You're all invited to a neighbour's wedding. A wedding you'll never ever forget. Neighbours returns Monday, September 18 on Channel 10.
Yeah, so as you heard there, Neighbours returns Monday, September 18th at 4:30 on 10 and 6:30 on 10 Peach and 10 Play in Australia. The next bit of Neighbours news was another cast announcement, but this time it was the cast announcement of Trevor the dog, and it reads, Trevor the dog will make his screen debut when Neighbours returns on September 18th. Yep, so next up is another teaser for Neighbours return on September 18th. Here is that teaser. Next up is another clip that was released on Channel 10, which is the network that Neighbours is released on in the, I was going to say in Australia, in the US, because that's what I normally say, but no, it's in Australia. Here it is.
Neighbours returns to 10 with a surprise wedding.
I still love you.
Well, we found a date on the calendar and went for it.
We're gathered here today to celebrate the union.
You're not having second thoughts about today, are you?
Neighbours, see it first. Monday, September 18 on 10 and 10 Play.
The next bit of Neighbours news, and I think it will be one of the last, is the release of the full Neighbours, a new chapter, Neighbours 2.0, Neighbours Reboot, whatever you want to call it, trailer, which was released on August 15th. Here is the Neighbours 2.0 / Neighbours Reboot / Neighbours A New Chapter trailer. Here it is.
Gosh, a lot's happened in the last 2 years.
All roads lead back to Ramsey Street.
I'm back! Some things never change.
I do really want to know more about you.
Sounds like a pretty close-knit neighbourhood. Hello, everyone.
Yoo-hoo.
Maybe the ad should have said overly friendly neighbours.
You got our daughter involved in this?
You just gotta give it a go.
Well, we found a date on the calendar and went for it.
I want you to find out exactly what she's been doing since she's been here.
Why would she not make her presence known?
Because she is a spy.
I'm worried about what I'll say. I'm worried that there'll be no coming back from it.
She's one amazing woman.
I have been keeping something from you.
It's about Harold. I can't make it stop.
Why didn't you tell me who you are?
You're not having second thoughts about today, are you?
So the next bit of Neighbours news, which was released on August 21st, which was exactly 28 days until Neighbours returns, exactly 4 weeks, they released this little clip from Candice Least, who plays Wendy.
Hey, I am standing here at the beautiful Nunderwooding Studios, and there are 4 weeks left until Neighbours returns to your screens. And today I'm going to say 4 things that I love about Neighbours, and they are the four words beginning with F. My first one will be family. I love the family vibe about Neighbours, and especially being here, there is a family vibe. I love fun. There is so much fun. Being on set, watching the show is fun, and being here in general is fun. And the third one is it's fabulous, because everything about Neighbours is fabulous. And honestly though, I love every single person. And Beck. Oh! And Beck being fabulous. And the last one, because I'm really, really loud, is the food in the canteen. They are the 4 things that I absolutely love about Neighbours. We'll see you soon.
So yeah, as I just said, on August 21st there was a 4-week behind the scenes video with Candice Least as Wendy. Then a week later, on August 28th, there was another one released with Lucinda Cowden, who plays Melanie. Here it is. No, it's not. Let's have another go.
Okay, so there's only 3 weeks left until Neighbours starts again. So I'm going to tell you my 3 important things. Life. Because, you know, there isn't much going on without it, and there's plenty of it on Ramsey Street. Number 2, love. Because there's so much love on Ramsey Street. And, of course, the third has to be laughter. There'll be plenty of that.
The next bit of Neighbours news is the unveiling of the new Neighbours theme song, and a video was released alongside it. Here it is.
We are so excited. The Neighbours theme, the new Neighbours theme, is being released today, and we're listening to it now.
Oh, sorry. You hearing it?
What do you think?
I reckon it's a banger. What do you reckon?
I love it. And they haven't changed the words either. It's
No,
great.
I know.
It's going to work.
It's going to be great.
It's going to work. You're going to love it.
Smooth. Oh, can I hear it again?
The next bit of Neighbours news is, I believe, the final cast announcement, which is we're delighted that Henrietta Graham will be returning for brand new episodes, reprising her role as Sam. We can't wait to see what Sam gets up to next. And that was released on August 31st, 2023. So, the next little bit of Neighbours news, it's not Neighbours, it is Neighbours related, is several members of the cast did a little video explaining where you could watch the new Neighbours reboot, Neighbours 2.0 in several countries. So yeah, if you're in an English-speaking country like I don't know where I'm going to watch new Neighbours, then this video may help. Here it is.
G'day, are you confused about how to watch the new Neighbours? Well, here's all you need to know. For a little understanding.
If you're here in Australia, Neighbours will air from Monday the 18th of September on Channel 10. From Monday to Thursday at 4:30 p.m.
At 6:30 p.m, the same episode will be broadcast on 10 Peach. Then you can catch up for the next 7 days on 10 Play.
And then after that, we can grab it all on Prime Video. UK viewers, Neighbours will be streamed exclusively on Amazon Freevee from September the 18th.
You can watch Amazon Freevee automatically as part of your package. Pretty good, I'd say. And there's also a back catalogue of thousands of classic Neighbours episodes for you to enjoy.
For more information, go to amazon.co.uk/watchneighbours.
Viewers in the USA can watch alongside the Brits via Amazon Freevee.
If you're in Ireland, the show will be back to RTE, and if you're in New Zealand, the show will be back on TVNZ.
Plus, Ireland and New Zealand can watch on Amazon Prime, along with South Africa and Canada.
Got it? Now we really can become good friends.
So there are two chunks of Neighbours news left. So here is the first one with Mackenzie helping Carl navigate Amazon Freevee. Here it is.
Knock, knock.
Oh,
hi,
hi,
Carl.
Mackenzie.
How are you?
Yeah, good. I'm just getting in the mood to watch the all-new season of Neighbours. Now, I wanted to watch some classic episodes, but I'm not sure what I'm doing here.
Oh, Carl, let me help. You can watch Neighbours exclusively on Amazon Freevee, which is totally free via the Prime Video app. No subscription required. You can also download the Freevee app via Amazon devices such as the Fire TV and Fire Tablet on select smart TVs or on streaming and mobile devices. You can find out more details at amazon.co.uk/watchneighbours. And don't forget, there's a Neighbours back catalogue available too, with many iconic episodes and entire seasons for you to enjoy. So what are you waiting for?
You've got a fabulous personality. As I said to you, I'm sure the right guy for you is just around the corner.
I think I can take it from here.
Sure, I'll just, I'll give you some privacy.
Nice.
Okay.
Bye. Oh yeah, this is a good one.
So the last bit of Neighbours news, which does be released today, Monday, September 4th, which is the one I'm recording this. So yeah, you'll probably be seeing this in a couple of weeks' time, was Rebecca Amaloglu, who plays Therese, talking about her two favourite bits from Neighbours to celebrate the 2 weeks until Neighbours returns, which is on Monday, September 18th.
Okay guys, we've got 2 weeks until the big day. My two favourite things about Neighbours? Well, that's easy. Paul, Therese, and they're going to be reunited.
Yeah, just note that this episode combined is going to be about 40 minutes long, so it's going to be in 2 parts, so it's going to be across 2 days. There'll be part 1, should be episode season 2 should be the title of the video will be the Everything Podcast season 2 episode 57 part 1 and obviously part 2. And obviously I'll be reviewing the Neighbours episodes weekly, so there'll be, as we heard in several of those clips today, there will be 4 episodes Monday to Thursday, so it'll be 7 a.m. for me in the UK, 4:30 in the Australia, and it's about, I don't even know what time it is in other countries. But yeah, so that is actually it for the Everything Podcast Season 2 episode 57. So in tomorrow's episode we'll be continuing with our modern Doctor Who reviews. So that is it for the Everything Podcast Season 2 episode 57. Bye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast Season 2 episode 80. So at the end of the last episode, I revealed that I'm taking I think it works out about a week off from the Doctor Who reviews, because I'm basically, I think apart from like 3 episodes in the middle there, I've basically done Doctor Who for the last couple of weeks. So I thought I'd take a little bit of a break while I've got a bit of time before the 60th. And actually look at another show that I've talked a lot about on this channel, and that is the Neighbours reboot. So in this episode I'll be reviewing the first 4 episodes of Neighbours. I will be showing you the teaser trailer and the how to watch in your country videos as well, which I've shown in episode 57, but just as a refresher. But before that, it's time for the cast for the Neighbours reboot. So the regulars are Paul Robinson, played by Stephen Dennis, Jane Harris, played by Annie Jones, Melanie Pearson, played by Lucinda Cowden, Carl Kennedy, played by Alan Fletcher, Susan Kennedy, played by Jackie Woodburn, Toadie Rebecca, played by Ryan Maloney, Holly Hoyland, played by Lucinda Armstrong Hall, Nell Rebecca, played by Aisha Salem Turner, Therese Willis, played by Rebecca Amaloglu, Leo Tanaka, played by Tim Kono, Hugo Rebecca, played by Tana Ellis Anderson, Andrew Rodwell, played by Lloyd Will, Mackenzie Hargraves, played by Georgie Stone, Wendy Rodwell, played by Candice Leask, Sadie Rodwell, played by Emerald Chan, Sam Young, played by Henrietta Graham, Byron Stone, played by Saviour Molyneux, Cara Varga Murphy, played by Sarah West, Remy Varga Murphy, played by Naomi Ruvakina, Rukavina, maybe. Dex Varga Murphy, played by Marla Williams, JJ Varga Murphy, played by Riley Bryant, and Haz Defka, played by Shiv Pelka. Now on to the guest stars. Lucy Robinson is played by Melissa Bell, Mike Young is played by Guy Pearce, Harold Bishop is played by Ian Smith, Ellie Conway is played by Jodie Gordon, Chloe Brennan is played by April Rose Pangilly, and Reece Sinclair is played by Misha Barton. And breathe. That was the cast list, both regulars, so in pretty much every episode, and guest stars who can be in any number of episodes, but might only be for a short time, as will become clear later on in the episode. But before I get on to my reviews for the first 4 episodes, it is time for the teaser for the Neighbours reboot. Here it is.
This is where it started. This is where my heart is. 'Cause this is where it started.
I love you.
This is all to me.
I will never, ever forget our wedding day.
This is where it started.
Marriage means different things to different people.
This cannot go wrong. I think they call it making an entrance.
And that was the teaser for the Neighbours reboot. Here is the full trailer for the Neighbours reboot.
Gosh, lots happened in the last 2 years.
All roads lead back to Ramsey Street.
I'm back! Some things never change.
I do really want to know more about you. Sounds like a pretty close-knit neighbourhood.
Hello, everyone.
Yoo-hoo. Maybe the ad should have said overly friendly neighbours.
You got our daughter involved in this?
You just got to give it a go. Well, we found a date on the calendar and went for it.
I want you to find out exactly what she's been doing since she's been here.
Why would she not make her presence known?
Because she is a spy.
I'm worried about what I'll say. I'm worried that there'll be no coming back from it.
She's one amazing woman.
I have been keeping something from you.
It's about Harold.
I can't make it stop.
Why didn't you tell me who you are?
You're not having second thoughts about today, are you?
Yes, so... No! Stop! Bad computer. Don't do that, please. So, yes, that was the teaser for the Neighbours reboot, followed by the full trailer for the Neighbours reboot. And before I get onto my week 1 reviews for the Neighbours reboot, it is time for just a refresher about how to watch Neighbours in your country. Here it is.
G'day, are you confused about how to watch the new Neighbours? Well, here's all you need to know. For a little understanding.
If you're here in Australia, Neighbours will air from Monday the 18th of September on Channel 10. From Monday to Thursday at 4:30 p.m.
At 6:30 p.m, the same episode will be broadcast on 10 Peach. Then you can catch up for the next 7 days on 10 Play.
And then after that, we can grab it all on Prime Video. UK viewers, Neighbours will be streamed exclusively on Amazon Freevee from September the 18th.
Automatically as part of your package. Pretty good, I'd say. And there's also a back catalogue of thousands of classic Neighbours episodes for you to enjoy.
For more information, go to amazon.co.uk/watchneighbours.
Viewers in the USA can watch alongside the Brits via Amazon Freevee.
If you're in Ireland, the show will be back to RTE, and if you're in New Zealand, the show will be back on TVNZ.
Plus, Ireland and New Zealand can watch on Amazon Prime, along with South Africa and Canada.
Got it? Now we really can become good friends.
Yes, so that was the how to watch a video released to make it easier to understand how to watch Neighbours in your country. But yes, it is now time for my review of Neighbours Reboot Episode 1, or Episode 8904. This episode starts with a monologue from Susan, which includes past events of Neighbours. The Varga Murphys arrive on Ramsey Street. Carl greets them. JJ finds a piece of confetti from the finale. Harold is staying with Carl and Susan. Carl questions Harold and why he has the history book. Holly leaves in a rush. Mike and Jane are FaceTiming. Mike is in the UK. Jane is in Australia. The Varga Murphys are staying at Mike and Jane's. JJ gets startled by the painting of Mrs. Mangle. Sadie and Mackenzie visit Holly at work. Mackenzie is practicing her wedding speech to Holly and Sadie. A guest arrives and Holly is more interested in Macadie's speech than checking the guest in. Paul arrives and deals with it. Byron also works at Holly's workplace, which is Lassiter's, which Paul is the owner of. Paul rips into Holly for not being fast enough with the guest. Byron and this guest revealed to be Reese. They snog. Lucy and Paul discuss Holly's work attitude. Leo and Abigail is Leo's daughter, catch up with Paul and Lucy. There is a wedding taking place and it is at the vineyard. Flashback to a year ago with Toji and Melanie wrapping a present for Paul and Therese's recommitment ceremony. Susan comes in, gifting Therese a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne. Daniel, who is Paul's nephew, and Imogen, Therese's daughter, appear out of nowhere. Jane explains to JJ who Mrs. Mangle is. Jane gifts Susan one of Mike's famous lasagnas. Carl remembers the importance of Carl reiterates the importance of the history book. Harold meets the Varga Murphys. Therese is one of the people getting married today. Reese and Byron have slept together. Byron explains to Reese he knows nothing about her. Holly gifts Reese a present. Byron gets a phone call. Byron leaves Reese's room. Mike FaceTimes Sam, who is his daughter, to check she's okay with him and Jane going away for a little while. Jane reminds Byron, who is her son, of how much she misses her daughter Nicolette, her granddaughter Isla, and Aaron and David, who are co-parents of Isla with Nicolette. Harold shows JJ the history book. Mackenzie is chasing her wedding speech and has steps his foot on it and stops it from flying away. Therese finds Josh's medal. Josh died during the 2016 last explosion. Just remember, Josh is Imogen's twin and Therese's son, or was even. Naomi and Cara talk about JJ's out of the way interest in the history of Ramsey Street. Reese gets a call from her dad which she declines. Therese's soon-to-be husband is Toady. Coming up, trailer. My thoughts on this episode: I like the transition from the finale to the first episode, and as we know, there's been a 2-year gap. Well, because in real life it's been 14 months or something. So yeah, there was bound to be a time jump of some description, but they've just made it a bit longer than it is in real life, so they can explain a few more things, I think. I also like that there's a new family for a new era with the Varga Murphys. A great balance of old and new characters. My favourite storyline of this episode is the Mike and Jane, because Mike, as I explained, is played by Guy Pearce, who is a really famous movie star, and as I explained, he's in the guest stars. So we knew going in that wasn't going to be a long-term storyline. But I'll get to that later. Great idea to start the new era with a wedding, unexpected choice for the wedding, and it's great to have the show back. But next up is my review for the Neighbours reboot, episode 2, episode 8905. Recap of the last episode. There's new titles. Angie, who is Toadie's mum, and Callum, who is Toadie's son, are at the wedding alongside most of the regulars, as well as Lucy and Robinson, I believe. Toadie does his wedding vows, as does Therese. Susan is the celebrant for the wedding. Carl and Susan talk about the mismatched romance of Therese and Toadie. Therese disappears once finding Josh's medal again. Paul reminds Leo that he left Therese at the altar 1 year ago today. Paul realises he is not a marriage person. Therese tells Toadie about finding the programme for her and Paul's recommitment ceremony, Melanie's pig charm. Toadie tells Therese about his memory of wrapping a present with Melanie. Melanie wrote a letter to Toadie explaining her actions. Holly talks to Byron about her acts and comments on Byron's previous employment as an escort. Reese and Byron organise to meet up. Therese and Toadie arrive at the wedding reception. Toadie talks now about her reservations about Therese. Therese has forgiven Paul for leaving her at the altar. Jane comments on Susan not wearing her bracelet. Harold seems to be having some memory loss or memory issues of some description. Jane leaves the wedding reception to travel to the airport to meet Mike in the UK. Haz compares the risotto balls to socks. Carl gives his speech, as does Callum and Mackenzie. Reese and Byron meet up to learn more about each other. Reese deflects when Byron asks about the conference. Andrew delivers his speech. Paul steps out and Lucy, Daniel and Leo check up on him. Paul leaves the wedding. Therese throws the bouquet, which Nell catches. Therese and Toadie try to leave but end up dancing. They eventually manage to sneak out. Toadie throws Melanie's pig charm in the bin. JJ finds another bit of confetti from the finale. Nell introduces herself to JJ. Mackenzie watches Haz swimming. Byron finds out Reese has been lying to him. Coming up, trailer. So my thoughts on this episode is the events in the 2-year gap are starting to be explained. throughout. Feel the episodes are starting to make more sense, because obviously we were plunged in with episode 1 with the wedding and was like, what's going on here? But it's starting to make sense, and it will keep going that way. Really warming to some of the new characters. Next up is my review for the Neighbours reboot, episode 3, episode 8906. There's a recap, obviously the title sequence. Daniel has a hangover. Paul tells Imogen and Daniel about who his new investors are, and Reese is one of them. But Paul doesn't know that Reese is one of his investors yet. Byron confronts Reese about lying to him. Reese asks Byron to keep her true identity a secret. Carl, Harold and Susan discuss the wedding of Toadie and Therese. Holly is running late for work. Byron, Mackenzie and Haz are all living together with Haz's dog Trevor. Mackenzie and Haz call each other idiots. Hugo hugs Toadie. Mel and Hugo are staying at Carl and Susan's while Toadie and Therese are on their honeymoon. Carl and Susan have an argument in front of Harold and Toadie about Holly's behaviour. Therese and Toadie head off on their honeymoon. Mackenzie takes off her wedding ring from around her neck. Lucy recognises Reese. Sadie scouts Haz's interest in Mackenzie. Toadie and Therese arrive at their honeymoon. Harold introduces himself to Haz. Haz has brought Trevor, who is his rescue dog, to work. Harold is the manager at Harold's. No, Haz is the manager at Harold's even. Byron stops Holly from shaking Reese's package. Holly takes Reese's package up to her room. Therese is proposing a retirement experience to the council. Therese does some work admin while Toadie is massaging her shoulders. Therese stops doing work admin to enjoy her honeymoon. Harold reminisces about Madge. Holly enters Reese's room to put a package in there, not without taking advantage of the opportunity and spraying some of Reese's perfume. Therese has fallen asleep. Toadie wakes her up. Reese interrogates Holly about using her perfume. Holly insults Reese. Toadie, no. Lucy works out who Reese is. And the episode finishes with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode are that I love the sibling dynamic between Byron and Holly, and I love Haz's impromptu excuses for Trevor whimpering. I think he says he's hungry. Dishwasher are a few of my favourites. But next up is my review for the Neighbours, episode 4 of the Neighbours reboot, episode 8907. Recap. The episode starts off with a recap, like episode 2 and 3 and 1, kind of, but not in the same way that 2 and 3 do. Reese confirms Lucy's suspicions. Paul asks Holly to investigate what Reese has been doing in Arensborough. Remy stops a woman from choking. Remy meets Carl. Lucy compares countries. Conrad's child count to Paul's. Wendy tells Susan Remy is a doctor. Wendy returns a parcel to Susan. Susan abruptly storms in talking... No, Holly, that's what it should say. Abruptly storms in talking about Reese. Sam confirms Holly is in a lot of trouble. Carl thanks JJ for helping Harold by being interested in the history book. Paul grovels to Reese even. Paul gifts Reese a private tour. Susan has an online shopping obsession for jewellery in particular. Holly tries to defend her behaviour. Susan compares Sam to a model employee. Byron declines Reese delivers, not declines, can't read my handwriting, Reese an extra pillow at her request. Byron tells Reese he's the son of Jane. Carl talks to Holly about her behaviour. Carl also sets down ground rules. Holly throws Susan under the bus. Paul, Lucy and Sam greet Reese for a private tour. Byron laughs at Holly. Holly regrets throwing Susan under the bus. Carl finds Susan's jewellery box worth 20 grand. Reese finds a hair in a coffee that Toadie gets. No, that Holly gave her. Reese fires Holly. Susan explains how jewellery online shopping Let's start that sentence again. Susan explains her jewellery online shopping obsession to Carl. Carl references her investment to Montana Marcel, and we saw that before they did the farewell tour stuff last year. Susan questions Holly on why she's home. Holly tells Carl and Susan she's been fired. Dexter's full name is Dexter. Dex manages to sort out the issues with the new house between Remy and Cara. Susan reveals to Carl that she resents Carl for her retirement and blames Carl for it. My thoughts on this episode is definitely the most dramatic so far, and it focuses on two families in particular, which are the Kennedys, which are a older family, and the Valkyries, who only returned made their debut in episode 1. Coming up next will be the videos, some behind the scenes videos from the first week of the Neighbours reboot.
Hello, my name is Riley Bryant and I'm playing JJ Varga Murphy.
Hi, I'm Naomi Rukavina and I'll be Dr. Remy Varga Murphy.
I'm Sarah West and I'll be playing Cara Varga Murphy.
Hi, I'm Marley Williams and I'll be playing Dex Varga Murphy.
Not only are we filming our first ever family scene, but the first ever scene of the return of the new Neighbours.
I pull off some cool stunts in the car with the family. Very excited to see how it looks.
This is so exciting. This is the arrival of a new family on Ramsay Street, and I am the first resident to greet them.
Morning! The Varga Murphys have just arrived in Ramsay Street. They're from Werribee and they're checking out their new surrounds. It's going to be dramatic and it's going to be great. Watch this space.
We're here to celebrate the wedding of Trace and... You alright? I'm a doctor.
Well, I, for one, am looking forward to having a new stepmother.
But I don't like her and I never have. Is there a wedding going on?
Beautiful servant and a beautiful husband. I've got to go.
My hands are tired from clapping, cheeks are sore from smiling.
We are so excited to be back on set for the wedding of the century, besides ours. Obviously we're married, which is maybe the longest running marriage in Neighbours history.
I am now off to my reception, and let's hope that lasts longer than my last marriage to Paul.
The scenes we were shooting today were in Harold's Cafe, named after the original, but now run by this new guy. One scene that we shot today was regarding the history book that Harold carries around.
There's more to the history book than people will realise, and when the show starts again, the history book becomes very important. Harry now is looking after Harold's.
Harry's taken some liberties. He's moved in a record player,
Yes,
a bunch of LPs.
turn your back for a minute.
Revamp the design.
There's a sameness about the two of them.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is lovely.
And all you've got to do now is get fat and grow several chins. Oh.
Hi everyone, my name is Nathan Borg and I'm very excited to announce that Curtis Perkins is back as a recurring supporting character. I'm very excited for everyone to see what's been happening on Ramsay Street. Lots of drama.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 81. So in the last episode was the first non-Doctor Who review, or Doctor Who in general episode for a while. So I thought I'd take a break, talk about the Neighbours reboot, and later on in the week I think I'm talking about Loki Season 2 as well. But yeah, don't worry if you're only a fan of Doctor Who and that's why you've come to the channel. Doctor Who obviously will be coming back. I just thought I need to do a bit of a breather with how much Doctor Who was talking about. So in this episode, I'll be reviewing the episodes 5, 6, 7 and 8 from the Neighbours reboot, as well as the behind the scenes videos from the second week of the Neighbours reboot. So without further ado, let's start with my review for the Neighbours reboot, episode 5, episode 8908. The episode starts off with a recap. Susan and Carl deal with the fallout of their blow-up about Susan's resentment. Carl tells JJ and Dex about Kara quitting a job for their safety. Mackenzie is horrified at Sadie stooping into Haz's love life. To raise questions Toadie on selling his house. Everyone is helping Toadie, Nal and Hugo move into Therese's house. Leo is the landlord of the house where Byron, Haz and Mackenzie live. Toadie checks in with Hugo and Nal. Nal pranks Toadie. Therese and Toadie realise something is off with Carl and Susan. Susan helps Nal unpack. Mackenzie admits to Sadie that she's attracted to Haz. Haz organises a date. Toadie reminisces about his memories in his house with Sonia and Melanie. Carl is amazed at Toadie's invention. The Varga Murphys save the day. Susan blows up about her resentment towards Carl. Carl talks to Toadie about this, as does Susan with Therese. Susan accepts the blame for her and Carl's issues. Hugo is listening in on Therese and Toadie's conversation. Nal is hatching a plan to break up Therese and Toadie, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. So my thoughts on this episode is that the storyline's growing. Obviously we're now on episode 5, so it's been a week since the wedding. So yeah, and it's a new start for Neighbours, as it is for Therese and Toadie. Next up is my review for the episode 6 of the Neighbours reboot, episode 8909. So the episode starts with a recap. Therese practices her council meeting pitch to Toadie. Toadie loves Therese's pitch. Things are still frosty between Carl and Susan. Harold asks Susan if he is still welcome. Susan says absolutely. Holly blames herself for the issues between Carl and Susan. Byron tells Haz Reese is his mystery girlfriend. Therese tells Toadie her pitch was rejected. Paul weaponises Reese's love of Byron to his advantage. Therese blows up at Toadie. Susan hugs Holly. Susan compares Holly's actions to Izzy's, and Izzy is Holly's mother. Holly tells Susan her boyfriend cheated on her. Susan motivates Holly to grovel to Reese. Holly apologises to Reese. Reese rejects Holly's apology. Reese finds her hair in another coffee. Toadie creates a game of mini-golf for Therese to play to calm down. Therese apologises to Toadie for blowing up at him. Therese and Toadie get competitive. Harold finds her hair in his coffee. Trevor is with Haz at work. Haz tells Sadie he's dating someone. Nal informs Paul of Therese's rejected pitch. Harold is still suffering from memory loss. Byron friend zones Reese. Toadie's plan worked and has cheered Therese up. Harold asks Toadie to add to the history book. Toadie comes up with an excuse for not adding to the history book. Sadie is babysitting Abigail. Sadie backsteps on her plot to bring Haz and Mackenzie together. Romantic. Lee Mackenzie hugs Sadie. Now questions Toadie on his actions towards the history book. Toadie tells Now Melanie is on his mind a lot. Carl tells Susan about his concerns about Harold with his memory loss. Harold forgets Toadie has moved house, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode is, as I said in the previous episode, the storylines keep growing, and this episode focused on Toadie's and Therese's new marriage. Next up is my review for the 7th episode of the Neighbours reboot, episode 8910. So the episode starts off with a recap. Paul is cleaning the Lassiter sign. Therese comments on this. Paul tells Therese that Nell informed him about Therese's failed pitch. Byron informs Paul that most of the staff have food poisoning. Susan and Carl discuss Harold's memory issues. Carl and Susan talk to Harold about this. Paul enlists Holly to help set up an event. Paul asks Byron to distract Reese. Paul declines, so Leo does it instead. Harold details his memory issues to Carl and Susan. Paul introduces Leo to Reese. Paul and Byron sneak Holly into the venue to help set up. Reese tries to talk her way out of wine tasting with Leo. Leo compliments Reese. Harold tells Toadie and Therese about his memory issues. Carl, Susan, Therese and Toadie agree to accompany Harold when needed. Jane has arrived in the UK. Jane is dealing with jet lag. Nell and Hugo are playing mini golf. Nell is still trying to break up Toadie and Therese, and Hugo wants her to stop. Leo and Reese compromise by wine tasting in the water. Reese vanishes. Byron and Holly are finished setting up. Reese works out Paul's plan. Reese makes Paul become an impromptu waiter. Harold gives some advice to Carl and Susan. Jane talks to Mike about her nan, Mrs. Mangle. Holly tries to leave, but Reese catches her. Therese catches Hugo taking something from Toadie's bag. Mike goes to propose to Jane, but Jane yawns due to jet lag. Hugo tells Therese about Nell's plot to break her and Toadie, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on that episode is I like the storyline of Nell and Hugo having polar opposite opinions on Therese and Taylor's relationship. Obviously Nell not really liking it, and Hugo being all for it, really, and that happens in real life. But so next up is my review for episode 8 of the Neighbours reboot, episode 8911. The episode starts off with a recap. Nell tells Therese she believes that Toadie should be married, that Toadie should still be with Melanie instead of her. Nell believes that Therese and Toadie's relationship isn't a long-term one. Mike plans a road trip for him and Jane. Jane goes back to her and Mike's room. Therese confides in Susan about her relationships with Nell and Hugo. Dex states the obvious to Remy and Cara. JJ tells Andrew he wants to be a cop or police officer. Remy talks to Carl about her options of permanent living. Andrew gives some advice to JJ about becoming a police officer. JJ digs into Andrew's allergies. Mike reworks his road trip with Jane. Jane comments on not getting married to anybody anytime soon. Toadie asks for Nell's opinion on furniture. Toadie takes Hugo to the hardware store. Therese tries to find some common ground with Nell. Nell agrees. Mike calls Sam. Sam questions Mike why he hasn't proposed. Mike explains Jane's jet lag. Mike doubts himself. Sam reassures Mike about Jane's love for him. Nell and Jane have a conversation about Nell not being on board with the move into Therese's house, and JJ asks Nell about the Rodwells before Carl and Harold interrupt. Harold apologises to JJ for showing him the history book. JJ doesn't mind. JJ finds some confetti from the finale in Remy's hair. Toadie comments on the friction between Carl and Susan. On Andrew motivates Wendy to apply for the building manager position at Lassiter's. JJ states the obvious. Andrew drops by Mike's and Jane's house with a leaflet for JJ. JJ blows up at Dex on multiple occasions. Carl and Susan celebrate address their issues, not celebrate their issues, that would be strange. Dex startles JJ, Dex questions JJ about his recent actions, JJ yells at Dex, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. So my thoughts on this episode is I like that Carl and Susan have resolved their issues. So coming up next will be the behind the scenes videos released for the second week of the Neighbours reboot.
Hi everyone, I'm Melissa Bell and I play Lucy Robinson, and these are my Ramsay Street revelations. The show's just starting off again, so it's a brand new beginning, brand new era. I was totally surprised at the twist with Toadie and Therese getting married. Lucy came out to obviously support Paul. Stefan and he is a top guy. Love my big brother, and he's just great. He's a really grounded, beautiful person. I love coming back. I love the character. I've really grown up with the character over the years. I think I can just bring more layers to the character now just through my personal life experience. I'm hoping Lucy comes back more and gets more of her own storyline, and we peel back those layers and we get to see some more of who she really is. Those were my Ramsay Street revelations, and I will see you guys very soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Alan Fletcher. I play Dr. Carl Kennedy.
And I'm Jackie Woodburn and I play Susan Kennedy.
And these are our Ramsay Street revelations. When we heard that Neighbours was finishing, we never had, in a million years, any thought that Neighbours would be
No, that was it. That last day, we filmed that last scene. On this set, we were done. That was it. End of Neighbours. But here we are. To all the people who banded together to save the show, thank you. Job done.
There's no question in anyone's mind that because you made all that noise, because you watched the last episode, because you put out all those petitions, that's why Neighbours was saved.
Yep.
You saved Neighbours.
Yep, you made that happen. Carl and Susan, this time round, I think there are a few issues at play in the Kennedy house that require some sorting out. I don't want to say too much.
No, and of course we do have a young woman living in our house now in the form of Polly, who is very much like her mother and a bit of trouble.
Those were our Ramsay Street revelations.
How many children and stepchildren do I have on that? I mean, that's easy, isn't it? Oh. Well, there was, God, I can't even remember his name. Brad. Brad, like, had Paige. So that's not really a stepchild, because now we're divorced, so I don't know. There was the 3 biological children, the twins, Imogen and Joshua. This is ridiculous. Piper. So there's the 3 kids. Paul's twins, whom I had an affair with, one of them. Oh, I mean, no, I don't know. Well, I can tell you I had 3 biological children. Oh, and now I've got Nell and Hugo. Oh, hold on, there's Ben Hall, who played lovely Ned. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's terrible.
Here I am in Surrey. Oh, who would have thought? A long way from Erinsborough. With my one true love, Mike, better known as Guy Pearce. This is the first shoot that we're having for the new Neighbours. It's 2 years later since we saw Mike and Jane on the balcony, all loved up and happy together. Since that time, we've been living in Ramsay Street with Sam.
The show finished after 37 years.
And we said goodbye.
We said goodbye to everybody, to each other and to all of the fans. I mean, it was funny for me to say goodbye after coming back to say hello, to say goodbye. It was a bit of a spur of the moment thing to buy a couple of flights. It was cheaper for Mike to jump on a plane straight away. So the plan is to go to Scotland on this motorcycle journey. A little bit of an issue back at home.
Yeah, there's a few bumps in the road.
That possibly Mike ends up doing the motorcycle trip on his own.
Ah, you're back. Welcome to Robinson's Roundup. My little take on the week. Yeah. Don't know what's going on with Mackenzie. Got the look of love in her eyes, hasn't she?
He's cute. He's funny. He's kind. He's interested in my life.
Hello. You're basically describing your perfect man.
Stay single, girl. That's what I say. Stay single. Take it from me. My old mates Jane and Mike still over in London. Hope all's going well with them. Having fun at least. Yeah, also a bit worried about my old friend Harold.
We've noticed that you've become a bit forgetful lately.
I can't make it stop.
You're worried there, yeah. Hope all's well. Oh, I tell you what though, Reese is still causing trouble and... damn it, they're early.
Guests often are. Who's going to offer them a drink?
I'll find out who's available.
You are. It's perfect.
She's got to go. Got to go. Oh, well, I guess that comes to the end of my roundup. See you soon.
Yes, so those were all of the behind the scenes videos released for the second week of the Neighbours reboot. And that's actually it. So it's going to be a slightly shorter episode than usual, only by a couple of minutes though. But yeah, in tomorrow's episode, be basically identical to this, with the third week of the Neighbours reboot, because I'm recording this on Monday, the 9th of October. I think you've seen this on Saturday, the 14th. I think, if I've done my maths right. So yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's right. So yeah, this week, and it's the closest that I've ever recorded, because previously I tried to do 2 weeks, but I wasn't able to record for a variety of reasons. So yeah, so tomorrow's episode, Neighbours reboot, week 3 reviews, and we'll have all the behind the scenes videos. But that is it for the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 81. Goodbye.
Welcome.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 82. So in this episode, I will review all 4 episodes from the third week of the Neighbours reboot, as well as all of the behind-the-scenes videos released for that week as well. But without further ado, let's start with my review for the 9th episode of the Neighbours reboot, Episode 8912. The episode starts off with a recap. Mike hides a ring box. Paul and Reese discuss the issues in the Lasters complex. Paul paraphrases Reese. Mackenzie and Sadie discuss Hazard's love life. Mackenzie and Sadie search for Trevor. They can't find him. Mackenzie asks Therese if she's seen Trevor. She hasn't. JJ is giving Dex the silent treatment. Mackenzie and Sadie search Ramsey Street for any sightings of Trevor. He apologises to Remy, even, for a hair in Cara's drink. Mackenzie is panicking about Trevor's whereabouts. Haz shows Mackenzie Trevor. Reese lists Paul's previous investors. Mike buys Jane a drink. Jane tells Mike that she needs to have a serious conversation with him once she has collected her thoughts. Mackenzie mentions Holly having to take the fall for a hair in Reese's drink to Haz. Instead, it was actually Trevor, not Holly, where the hair came from. Mackenzie cries when she remembers her life with Hendrix. Haz wants to know about Hendrix. Mike throws an engagement ring meant for Jane into a lake. Reese gets jumpy when Paul brings up her dad. Paul is smug after finding out Reese's weakness. Dex finds JJ's book. Dex questions JJ over the contents of the book. Mike believes Jane is having second thoughts about the relationship. She's not. She does tell Mike, however, that Mike has lost his job due to budget cuts at the school. Mike retrieves the ring from the lake. JJ tells Dex he believes his dad might be Andrew. JJ asks Dex to keep his secret. Mike proposes to Jane. Jane says yes. Mackenzie tells Haz about Hendrix. Haz summarises his life. Wendy startles Paul. Paul meets Cara. Cara comments on Paul's height. Mackenzie and Sadie find Haz on a date. And the episode ends off with coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode is I loved Mike's proposal to Jane. Yes. So yeah, coming up next is my review for the 10th episode of Neighbours reboot, which is episode 8913. So the episode starts off with a recap. Mackenzie vents to Sadie about Haz dating. Sadie delivers a motivational speech to Mackenzie. Reese learns of Holly's and Byron's friendship. Byron takes the mick out of Haz's love life. Byron tells Haz he's missing Reese. Remy and Cara have an argument about Remy getting Cara a job. Remy tells Cara she doesn't want to leave. Remy comments on JJ's love of Ramsey Street. Sadie blames herself for Hendrix's death. Reese rehires Holly. Byron talks to Haz about Reese's recent actions. Sadie tells Haz that his date made Mackenzie upset. Remy and Cara scout Toadie's house for purchase. Remy and Cara resolve their issues. Byron meets Reese in her room. Byron and Reese get back together. Mackenzie clarifies that she is fine with Haz dating other people. Mackenzie is not actually okay with this. She does, however, agree to work from home to look after Trevor. Reese stays in Erinsborough, where Wendy is at Mike and Jane's. When the Wagner Murphys return, Wendy leaves. JJ takes Jane's spare key to the Rodwell house. JJ lets himself in. JJ searches for pictures of his potential dad, Andrew. So my favourite bit of the episode, or scene rather, is Reese dating Holly to Masters. Because it didn't really make proper sense. But coming up next is my review for episode 11 of the Neighbours reboot, episode 8914. So the episode starts off with a recap. JJ finds photos of Andrew. Sadie finds JJ in a house. Wendy attends her interview with Reese and Paul for the building manager position. JJ explains to Sadie that he broke in for milk. Obviously that's a lie. Toadie and Hugo are playing cricket. Hugo wins. Paul and Leo discuss Reese's dad. JJ shows Dex a photo of Andrew. JJ calms Dex down. Toadie tells Remy and Cara that an offer has been made for his house and he can give them an hour to decide if they want the house or not. Toadie reminisces about his house and his memories with Sonia. Paul and Leo fill in Byron about their plan to get rid of Reese. Paul's secret weapon is to raise. Toadie visits Sonia's mural. Nell also does. The Rodwells celebrates Wendy's interview. Sadie tells Andrew and Wendy about JJ breaking into the house to get milk. Leo tells Paul about Elle's findings on Reese. Hugo beats Toadie in a video game. Nell finds Melanie's letter in Toadie's bag. Remy and Cara tell JJ and Dex they have bought Toadie's house. JJ runs out. The Rodwells accuse JJ of stealing Wendy's watch. The Wagner Murphys tell the Rodwells that they are their new neighbours. Now talks to Hugo about Melanie's letter. Now empties Toadie's bag. So Therese finds Melanie's letter, and the episode ends with a coming up trailer. My favourite scene from this episode is it's the first new rivalry, because it's the first rivalry of the reboot, and it's between the Rodwells and the Wagner Murphys. And to the last episode of the week. Here is my review for the 12th episode of the Neighbours reboot, episode 8915. The episode starts off with a recap. The Rodwells discuss the Wagner Murphys. The Wagner Murphys discuss JJ being accused of stealing Wendy's watch. Remy and Cara believe JJ didn't steal the watch. Therese talks to Toadie about finding Melanie's letter. Harold compares Carl to Mrs. Mangle. Susan invites Mackenzie for tea. Toadie explains he couldn't burn Melanie's letter to remember how much pain Melanie has caused him. Now spies on Toadie and Therese. The Wagner Murphys resolve their issues. Dex and JJ freak out about staying in Erinsborough as well as living on Ramsey Street. Therese catches Nell out on her actions. Therese tells Nell that Toadie doesn't love Melanie anymore. Carl finds out Harold's results and shows no indication of dementia. Carl and Harold go for a walk. The Cara Murphys try to bury the hatchet with the Rodwells. This backfires on them. Cara tells Wendy that she is the new building manager for Lester's. Toadie burns Melanie's letter. Nell watches on. Nell and JJ talk about Toadie and Therese's relationship. Mackenzie tells Haz about how Harold helped her when Hendrix passed away. Remy and Carl may know the cause of Harold's memory loss. Jane's back. Jane tells Cara and Remy about her engagement to Mike, whereas Cara and Remy tell Jane that they are moving into Toadie's house. Carl informs Harold that his memory loss is due to new medication. Carl blames himself. Andrew and Wendy talk about Cara being Lester's new building manager. Wendy and Sadie find Wendy's watch. Therese and Susan congratulate Jane on her engagement. Therese tells Jane she is the developer trying to close down the school. The episode ends with a coming up trailer. My favourite scene of this episode is Jane returning. Because, it's 3 weeks and, obviously. So coming up next will be the behind the scenes videos from the 3rd week of the Neighbours reboot.
Hi, my name is Sarah West and I play Cara Varga Murphy.
And I'm Naomi Rukavina and I play Dr. Remy Varga Murphy.
And these are the Ramsey Street Revelations.
Revelation. I feel like I've settled in really well. Sarah's struggled, but that's okay. She'll learn to make friends soon.
No, I think we've settled in really well. Everybody's really welcoming. We're a new family, so there's not one of us going through it on our own. We have each other, but we also have the boys.
Working with our sons is awesome. I think we've gotten really lucky with 2 really great young humans. We have a group chat.
Family group chat.
It's
called Sausages.
But you'll see why in one of the episodes really early on.
I think Neighbours does representation really well. It never feels kind of tokenistic or box ticky. Having a rainbow
Defends Nell to Toadie. Toadie questions himself on what is the right action. Byron and Reese are at the beach. Nell tells Toadie she got tired of complaining about Trey. Toadie tells Nell that Melanie wrote a letter that she wasn't. Melanie wrote in the letter that she believed she wasn't cut out to be a stepmother to Nell and Hugo. Toadie hugs Nell. Byron tells Reese about Jane's reaction to Byron being an escort. Dex is being bullied until Jane steps in. Reese jokes about the complexity of her family tree. Paul gets under the skin of Byron and Reese. Jane tells Remy and Cara about Dex being bullied. Toadie tells Hugo about Melanie. Paul gives Therese the office in the complex. The Varga Murphys talk about Dex's bullying. Hugo and Nell apologise to Therese for their meddling in her and Toadie's relationship. Therese hugs Nell. Toadie and Therese promise not to keep secrets anymore. Therese tells Toadie about Paul's offer of the office at Lester's complex. Jane tells Curtis about an email she's just received, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode is I love that Nell's issues with Therese have been rectified. So there are like with the previous episode, there are 2 behind the scenes videos that I need to show you, or want to show you, I don't need to. And the first one is slightly different. It's called Neighbours, so it's basically a minute, well, it's less than a minute clip that could exist in a Neighbours episode and might in the future. Here it is, which features Paul, played by Stephen Dennis, and Therese, played by Rebecca Amaloglu.
So we're here, about to do a scene that could exist in the Neighbours universe. We're calling it Neighbits. Stay tuned. Paul, I didn't know you had a motorcycle.
A lot of things you don't know about me since we split up, Therese.
Oh, right.
So what are you doing?
I'm just grabbing some milk for the kids. They're baking cakes.
Oh, jump on, I'll take you.
Oh, no, fine, thank you.
Do you want a hand or not?
Sure.
Do you trust me?
Sure.
And the next behind the scenes video is Paul Robinson's Ramsey Roundup. Here it is.
I finally seem to be cracking that Ice Queen Reese. Yes, I'll show her how it's done. I do not have to answer to you. And I never ever will. Poor Mackenzie hasn't been looking too happy of late. She got a right face on her, that one. And Jane didn't seem to be too happy with Therese either.
Oh, come on, Jane. I don't want to battle with you.
And yet, you are the one who declared war.
Although I did notice that Therese seemed to be a bit happier this week, so that's one good thing. Bless her. You know, I'm not sure that the Varga Murphys are enjoying life around here in Ramsey Street.
Oh my God. Did you see the look she gave me?
Have we done the right thing? Starting a new school. We've moved in 2 doors down from people that can't stand us.
No. You're the one who convinced me this move was for the best. You don't get to doubt it.
Mm-hmm.
Move out. That's what I say. Pack your bags and go. Oh, well, that's about it for my roundup for the week. I'm back down to the bar.
Yes, so those were my reviews, as well as the behind the scenes videos that were released for the 4th week of the Neighbours reboot. This is going to get very long. Let's say a year down the road, and we're whatever week that is, 50th, I don't know. Anyway, not going to think about that now. But let me know what your thoughts on the 4th week of the Neighbours reboot is. So yeah, that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 104. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 107. And in this episode, we're going to do the Week 5 reviews of the Neighbours reboot, which includes Episodes 17, 18, 19 and 20, as well as I'll show you the behind the scenes videos that were also released following those episodes. So the first review I'm going to do is Neighbours Reboot Episode 17, which is Episode 8920. The episode starts off with a previously recap followed by the title sequence. Mackenzie is jealous of Haz's date with Billy. Mackenzie tells Haz and Billy about her upcoming date. Jane suggests to Wendy that she should sort out her issues with Cara as soon as possible. Carl tells Susan about Therese's job offer. Mackenzie tells Holly about her date. The Varga Murphys talk to Jane about the backlash the school is facing. Sadie and Wendy talk about their snooping. Carl and Susan talk about Therese's retirement experience versus Owensboro High. Wendy tells Andrew that JJ didn't steal her watch, and about Sadie's snooping. Mackenzie collides with Eden, who is Holly's ex-boyfriend. Wendy and Andrew talk to the Varga Murphys about the watch situation. JJ apologises to the Rodwells. The Rodwells apologise to JJ. Cara yells at Wendy for her actions. Carl and Susan talk about Harold. Jane talks to Carl and Susan about Therese's motives. And Andrew tries to reassure Wendy. Haz tells Billy about how he met Trevor. Haz messages Mackenzie about her date. JJ goes to the Rodwells to apologise for his and Carl's behaviour. Mackenzie faints into Eden's arms. Eden helps Mackenzie get sober again, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Next up will be the first behind the scenes video that was released for this selection of Neighbours episodes.
It's a very exciting day. Do you know why? Because it's opening titles day. We've got a pool party. We've got it all going on. Follow me.
What's up?
Super excited. Woo! Cheers to my first ever Neighbours opening titles.
Paul and Jane sitting by the pool enjoying the party.
My opening title look. Here we go. Am I fired?
I'm arriving at the pool party, sweetie. I'm arriving.
I also have to be a dog wrangler as well.
So that was a wrap for my first ever opening title. Get out of here.
Next up is my review of the Neighbours reboot episode 18, which is episode 8921. The episode, as usual, starts off with the previously recap and the title sequence. Eden and Mackenzie talk about their love lives. Eden is looking for a job. Eden gives Mackenzie his number. Byron asks Jane to join him and Reese for brunch. Byron reassures Jane he isn't leaving anytime soon. Mike writes a love letter to Jane and Jane reads it. Reese insults Jane's long-standing friendship with Paul to Paul's face. Mackenzie talks to Haz, Billy and Holly about meeting Eden. Holly comments on Billy being too nice. Holly tells Mackenzie she has deleted nearly every photo of her ex. Therese and Toadie talk about retirement experience and the school most likely closing down. Toadie goes to work. Paul introduces Therese to Hillary. Hillary comments on Paul not visiting her. Paul wishes Therese good luck. Sam and Jane meet Reese. Jane questions Reese on her travel plans. Sadie is excited about hearing about Mackenzie meeting Eden. Sadie convinced Mackenzie to text Eden. Jane meets Hillary. Jane tells Hillary about Therese's true plan for the retirement experience. Hillary wants to go home. Jane tells Sam, Reese and Byron about meeting Hillary. Reese helps Jane to hopefully stop Erinsborough closing. Erinsborough High closing even. Mackenzie and Eden meet again. Mackenzie gives Eden a lift to the vineyard. Byron and Reese talk about Jane. Byron gives Reese a tour of Ramsey Street. Byron introduces Trevor to Reese. Leo hires Eden. Mackenzie tells Eden she is trans. Mackenzie and Eden organise a date. Holly and Sadie question Haz about Eden. Tony talks to Byron and Reese about Therese using the office in the complex. Tony talks to Carl about Paul's questionable motives, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. So my thoughts on this episode is I love the return of Hillary and her opposition towards Therese's retirement experience, and I like that Jane likes Reese. But yes, coming up next will be a few clips that have been released on social media from episode 18 or episode 8921 overall. Next up is my review of the Neighbours reboot episode 19, which is episode 8922. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. Susan and Therese talk about Harold's adventures and Therese's job offer to Carl. Tony tells Therese about his questions over Paul's motives. Reese tells Byron she enjoyed his tour. Reese recounts her childhood to Byron. Byron tells Reese he loves her and then abruptly leaves. Therese doesn't believe Toadie's theory. Therese and Tony question Paul over his true intentions. Mackenzie works out Sadie and Holly's plan. Holly texts Eden on Mackenzie's behalf. Mackenzie overthinks Eden's response. Holly and Sadie instruct Mackenzie to get changed. Byron tells Haz he told Reese he loves her. Haz gives Byron some advice. Eden meets Sadie and Haz. Paul tells Carl he feels guilty for his behaviour towards Therese. Therese hatches a plan to work out Paul's intentions, and Sadie questions Eden about his life choices. Eden talks to Haz about Harold. Byron and Reese discuss. No, that's not right. Yeah, it is. Byron and Reese discuss Byron telling Reese he loves her. Reese tells Byron she's in love with him too. Therese plays Paul rent money. Paul explains his intentions to Therese. Susan gives Carl a present. Eden tells Mackenzie he can't join her, Haz, Sadie and Holly. Susan tells Harold Carl is joining him on his train adventure. Carl shows Susan the blue box, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode is that I like that Paul is turning slightly, just a smidge, Good. Next up will be my review for episode 20, which will be episode 8923. So this episode starts off with a previously recap as well as the title sequence. Reese asks Paul about recycling a lost property. Reese answers a call from her dad. Remy's car has been smashed by a brick being thrown through a car window. Tony tries to distract Therese with tracksuit bottoms. Therese initially objects. JJ and Dex tell Carl and Remy about being bullied at school. Neighbours volunteering at the foundation. Reese finds the lost property boxes at the foundation. Andrew talks to Carl and Remy about the smashed window. JJ and Dex listen in. Dex offers to help with Andrew's investigation. Therese is now wearing the tracksuit bottoms. Therese and Tony watch a movie. Tony is crying. Andrew leaves the Mark and Murphys. Wendy brings a box of stuff to the foundation. Leo laughs at seeing Therese in tracksuit bottoms. Wendy suggests that Andrew should give JJ a driving lesson. Reese is searching for a jewellery piece in the shape of a sun. Reese finds it. Andrew gives JJ a driving lesson, focusing on parallel parking. Remy encourages Cara to check in with Dex. Andrew tells JJ about his parents. Andrew asks JJ if he and Dex have been bullied before. Andrew offers to buy JJ an ice cream. Andrew goes to get the ice creams. JJ starts to cry. Therese and Tony resume the movie. Once Andrew returns, JJ has disappeared, and the episode finishes with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode is I like that male emotional vulnerability is being explored and normalised. Next up will be the remainder of the social media videos, clips, and behind the scenes stuff that were released for the 5th week of the Neighbours reboot.
Hey everyone, I have seen your thoughts on Nell, and some of you are really loving shifty, naughty Nell, and some aren't too fond of it either. I'm really loving all your lovely comments. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm absolutely loving playing Nell. It's been amazing. So keep watching because there's a lot more great stuff to come.
Because the thing about it, the
Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 109. In this episode, I'm going to cover 5 reviews for the Neighbours reboot, going from Episode 24 to Episode 28. And we're going to start off with Episode 24. So here's my review for Neighbours reboot, Episode 24. The episode starts off, as always, with a previously recap and a title sequence. Reese shows Byron a picture of her missing half-sister. Therese signs the lease for the office and gives the paperwork to Paul. Therese and Paul talk about Reese. Jane and Susan talk and reconcile. Jane learns that Erinsborough High will close. Reese fills Byron in about her missing half-sister. Byron comforts Reese. Dex suggests to JJ that they should ignore the Rodwells. Instead, JJ apologises to Andrew for leaving their driving lesson. Andrew offers another driving lesson to JJ. Remy and Cara discuss the Linwell brothers. JJ and Cara disagree about Andrew's intentions. Tony and Therese celebrate Therese's retirement experience offer. the offer being accepted. Jane and Susan confront Therese about her retirement experience replacing the school. Andrew fills in Cara on the Limwell brothers and finds the culprit of the smashed window. And finding the culprit of the smashed window even. Byron helps Reese find out Reese's missing sister has a car. Byron and Reese hatch a plan to find the registration even of the car. Andrew tells Wendy about LaVanka Murphy's being targeted by the Limwell brothers. Cara tells JJ it is okay for Andrew to continue giving him driving lessons. Remy and Cara discuss the Rodwells. JJ tries to reassure Dex. Jane, Sam and Susan discuss the closure of Owensboro High. Jane and Sam get a call from Mike. Mike tells Jane and Sam he has been offered a job. Mike declines the job. Jane tells Mike the school is closing. Jane encourages Mike to accept the job. Reese stayed over at Byron's. Reese tells Byron about the community bank for Ramsey Street. Remy opens a letter, then instructs Cara to take JJ and Dex outside, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Next up will be the the videos after episode 24 and before episode 25, which includes 2 clips from this episode and the Robinson Roundup.
So it'd be sort of 3 or 4 months riding all over the country, Scotland, England, Wales, about 30 riders, and we'd all do our own service and maintenance on the bikes as we go. It'd be pretty incredible, but of course I said no, because I need to get home to my amazing and beautiful fiancée who's busily saving the world. Oh, what's wrong, Jane?
Oh, Mike, I need to tell you the latest about the school.
Oh, check it out. First bit of mail in the new house with our actual address on it.
Well, you said snail mail was always junk.
Can I just have my moment, please?
Hey, you know to look out for postie bags?
Oh, rein it in.
I'm being helpful.
Let it go.
Cara? Get the kids out of the house now.
Ah, you came back for more, I see. Well, I got to tell you, the Varga Murphys and the Rodwells are still at war, I see. You know, it never used to happen like that in my day. Well, apart from the Robinsons and the Ramseys. And Mrs. Mangle and Madge, and Izzy and Susan. Oh, go the Rodwells, I say. Leo tells me that my old mate Jane had a little bit too much to drink at the vineyard the other day. Hope she didn't embarrass herself.
Well, that's not my drink. Oh, there it is. Oops.
Oh, and there's also been some drama with that young fella Eden. He's a nasty piece of work, that one. Trying to give me a run for my money.
Hey, what's happened?
Our stuff's been stolen. Some wallets and Mackenzie's handbag. Some really valuable stuff.
Till's empty as well. We think one of your staff did it? Ed?
Oh, and Reese has finally been caught out too.
Why are you lying to me?
There is a reason. I haven't wanted to tell you because I haven't wanted to think about it myself. I'm trying to find my sister.
Shame the behaviour telling lies like that. Gosh, you'd never find me doing that, would you? Maybe she might head back to the OC now. Which reminds me, I know someone on the OC. Well, I reckon that's about it for this week. Why are you still here? Haven't you got better things to do?
Next up is my review of episode 25 of the Neighbours reboot, which starts as always with a previously recap and a title sequence. Remy tells Cara to take JJ and Dex outside and to call 000, which is Australia's emergency services number. Like in the UK it's 999, in the US it's 911, that kind of thing. And to tell them it's a potential anthrax threat. Cara tells JJ and Dex to wash their hands and face. JJ gets Andrew. JJ catches Andrew up. Andrew calms down JJ. Andrew gets help. Sadie tries to reassure Mackenzie. Andrew catches up with Cara, JJ and Dex. JJ hugs Dex. Sadie tracks the bags Eden stole in a previous episode. Haz and Holly go to track down Eden. Andrew talks to Remy through the door. Remy gets Andrew to promise to stop Cara coming in. Remy tells Andrew that whatever this mystery substance is, it is in her body. Andrew tells Wendy about Remy's current predicament. Wendy tells Andrew and Cara about her involvement in the Linwell brothers' actions. Wendy apologises to Cara. Holly goes looking for Eden and finds him. Holly stands up to Eden. Eden tries to intimidate Holly. Eden locks Holly in a shed. Has tackles Eden to the floor. Has punches Eden several times. Eden steals the car and drives off. Has sets Holly free. Andrew tells Cara about his promise to Remy. JJ hugs Cara. Wendy joins Remy inside the house. Remy persists that Wendy should leave. Wendy ignores Remy. Mackenzie finds her wedding ring. Remy tells Wendy to sit still. JJ, Dex and Cara continue to hug, waiting for the hazardous substances squad to arrive. Remy explains to Wendy that the exposure to anthrax can cause organ failure. Wendy doesn't regret joining Remy. Remy and Wendy talk about feeling invincible at times. Remy bursts into tears. The hazardous substances squad have arrived. A mysterious substance is revealed to be baking soda or baking powder. Cara insults Andrew and Wendy. JJ tells Andrew in front of Wendy, Dex, Remy and Cara Andrew might be his dad. The episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode. I was meant to do it for the last episode as well, but I didn't. Since that, I love the brief return of Mike in the last episode. In this episode, I love the difference between life-threatening drama involving the Rodwells and the Marco Murphys and the wedding ring fiasco involving Mackenzie, Holly, Heidi and Sadie. Next up will be a behind-the-scenes look at the events of this episode with Remy stuck inside the house.
It kind of reminds me of my nan. Shout out, Nan.
Feeling very posh right now.
Hi.
Yeah.
You're on the Neighbours social media there.
Wendy's gone and done it again. But super excited for you to see this.
Next up is my review of episode 26 of the Neighbours reboot. The episode starts off with a privacy recap and the title sequence. JJ tells Andrew, Wendy, Cara and Remy about his reasons he believes Andrew might be his father, has apologised to Billy for not keeping her in the loop. Andrew fills Wendy in on his involvement within the situation. Remy gets angry at Cara, rightfully so. Wendy storms out and Andrew follows Wendy. Wendy gets angry at Andrew, also rightfully so. Andrew tries to justify his actions. Andrew and Wendy feel Sadian. JJ further explains his plan. JJ blames himself for the wedge between Remy and Cara. Remy tells Cara she is beyond angry. JJ storms out. Cara finds JJ in Harold's. JJ apologises to Cara. Cara tells JJ is nothing to apologise for. JJ shows Cara a photo of Andrew. Cara reassures JJ that it's okay if JJ wants his father in his life. Billy locks Trevor outside overnight. Holly wakes Mackenzie up. Haz finds Trevor. Billy tells Haz she left Trevor outside. Billy and Haz have an argument about Trevor, with Mackenzie and Holly looking on. Remy talks to Susan. Cara talks to Therese. Andrew talks to Toadie and Wendy talks to Jane about Andrew potentially being JJ's father. Andrew goes to talk to Cara, but thinks better of doing so when Remy returns home. Sadie suggests to Andrew to give Wendy some space. Billy and Haz have another argument. Billy dumps Haz. Haz takes Trevor to the beach. Dex ignores Cara and goes straight to his room. Remy and Wendy discuss the JJ and Andrew situation. Remy has brought some DNA tests to know one way or another. Both JJ and Andrew complete the DNA tests. Cara and Remy reassure Dex and JJ. Susan updates Holly on Carl and Harold's adventures. Holly tells Susan about her feelings towards Haz, as she does as does Mackenzie. Sadie Mackenzie tries to change the subject, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. My thoughts is I liked the scenes between Susan, Therese, Toadie and Jane giving advice to Remy, Cara, Andrew and Wendy. Coming up will be a video, because this episode was broadcast on the 31st of October, which is Halloween, as well as a clip from the episode featuring Cara and Remy.
This is outrageous.
Hey, I'm really sorry. But a couple of weeks later, we realised I was pregnant and you assumed it was the American donor.
Of course I assumed. I didn't know there was another option.
I should have told you.
Do you think all these years you've known that JJ's father might be a different person?
Yeah, I honestly hoped that wasn't the case, but I thought it didn't matter.
Of course it matters. You lied.
I just assumed that she destroyed the sample like she said. Hey, I'm as horrified about this as you are.
You have no idea how I feel! You could have a son living across the street!
Next up is my review of episode 27 of the Neighbours reboot. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. Byron and Reese talk about Paul being suspicious of Reese nearly 24/7. Haz and Trevor return from the beach. Mackenzie checks in with Haz. Haz and Mackenzie say several dog puns. Sadie comments on Reese staying over at Mackenzie, Haz and Byron's. Toadie shows Therese a picture of Amy and baby Kai. Therese discovers that Nell has skived school due to not finishing an assignment. Therese helps Nell with her assignment. Byron hugs Jane. Byron and Reese check in with Jane. Byron and Reese show a picture of Reese's missing half-sister to a mechanic. Jane reunites with Sharon Davis, played by Jess Miss Champ. Sharon tells Jane about Melanie moving house again without telling anyone. Therese calms down now and drops her off at school. Now overhears Sharon and Jane talking about Melanie. Sadie comments on Holly's new outfit choices. Byron and Reese hunt down the owner of the car Reese's missing half-sister used to own. Nell talks to Jane about Melanie. Holly seems to be flirting with Haz before being interrupted by Trevor. Reese buys the car. Sadie tells Mackenzie about Holly flirting with Haz. Nell fills Toadie in on Melanie. Toadie checks in with Nell. Holly talks about flirting with Haz to Mackenzie. Mackenzie finds a card she gave to her missing half-sister. Byron gives some advice to Reese. Nell tells Therese and Toadie about her assignment. Toadie tells Jane to not talk about Melanie in front of Nell and to go to him in the future. Nell rings Sharon, getting the number from Jane's phone. Nell gives Jane her phone back, and the episode finishes off with a comeback trailer. My thoughts on this episode is I like that Therese and Nell are getting on. I was just checking I did my thoughts for the last episode. There wasn't any videos in between 27 and 28, so I'm going to move straight over into my review of episode 28 of the Neighbours reboot. The episode starts off with a previously recap, followed by a title sequence. Reese rings several rehab facilities trying to find her missing half-sister, but is unsuccessful. Tess has returned and checks in on Reese's progress. Paul finds Reese talking to Tess. Paul ignores Leo. Paul finds out who Tess is. Byron fills Susan in on Jane's insecurities. Byron convinces Jane to join him, Jane, Sam and Susan for dinner. Now convinces Reese even. That doesn't make sense. Now convinces Reese to join him, Jane, Sam and Susan for dinner. Now meets up with Sharon. Now wants to know everything about Melanie from Sharon. Paul introduces himself to Tess. Paul invites Tess to dinner. She accepts. Sharon reassures Nell about Melanie. Jane apologises to Reese for her fears of Reese taking Byron away from her. Paul tells the truth of Reese's exploits to Tess. Reese is jealous of Byron's family life. Tess leaves the penthouse. Sharon checks in with Nell. Jane catches out Nell. Nell asks Jane to not tell Toadie. Jane agrees. Jane gives Nell a lift home. Nell gets a message from Sharon. Tess finds Reese's room and tells her she's returning to the US at her dad's orders, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. My thoughts on this episode is I like that Melanie isn't being forgotten, and that next up will be a few clips that were released between episode 28 and episode 29.
Hi, I'm Jessica Muscamp. I play Sharon Davies, and these are my Ramsay Street revelations.
There's a lot that can go on with her over time. Oh, everybody's been really lovely. I mean, it's actually really heartwarming to see the show get picked back up again. It's been great to come and be a part of this family. That's it for me for now, so I'll see you guys soon.
Ah, g'day again. You know, I've heard that there was a bit of drama on Ramsay Street this week with an anthrax scare. Oh, that's a new one, even for this place. Oh, and have you heard the latest? Yeah, Andrew Rodwell could be young JJ's dad. Woohoo! I've got to tell you, I was quite relieved that I wasn't in the running for that one myself, if you know what I mean. You know, it's very nice to hear that someone else was on Reese's case this week.
You can say your goodbyes in the morning.
What?
Your father agrees. It's time to come home.
I'm not coming home. Who's gonna find Krista?
Someone up to the task. Me.
Now, that's my kind of woman. Go. Oh, and I'll tell you something else. I spotted an old face in town. Yeah, Shaz is back. The cat drags in. Well, I mean, what is it with this place that people just keep bouncing back? Can't get rid of him. Anyway, that's it for this week. Have a good one. Why are you still here?
So yeah, that's it for the Everything Podcast Season 2 episode 109. But before I go, let me know what you thought of these selection of episodes and my reviews if you didn't. I did capture the episodes of, so that's episode 23 to episode 28 of the Neighbours reboot. That is it for the Everything Podcast Season 2 episode 109. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast Season 2 episode 131. And before we get into the main bulk of the episode, it is time for day 4 of the 2023 Advent Calendar. The episode, and in this episode I'm going to be looking at episode 29 to episode 32 of the Neighbours reboot, which were broadcast from the 6th to the 9th of November 2023. So let's start off by looking at episode 29. Here's my review for that episode. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the theme tune. Reese tells Byron that she's been ordered by Tess to return to America. Reese also tells Byron she isn't leaving. Remy and Cara talk about Cara's relationship, friendship with Philippa. Dex is still angry with JJ. Andrew talks to Tony about getting the DNA results tomorrow. Sadie listens in on this conversation. Sadie checks in with Andrew and voices her concerns about JJ potentially being Andrew's son. Byron makes toast for him and Reese. Byron and Reese discuss their different families, including Reese's missing half-sister. Wendy questions Andrew about his actions and JJ potentially being his son. Andrew tries to reassure Wendy. Cara and Remy decorate their house with their belongings. Cara and Remy discuss how best to support JJ. Reese stands up for Byron to Tess. Reese tells Tess she isn't leaving. Cara and Wendy are still at odds. Dex hands JJ a box knocked before dropping it right in front of him. Tess stands up for Reese to Paul. Tess declines Paul's offer of dinner. Susan finds Wendy crying. Susan hugs Wendy. Wendy apologises to Susan. Wendy explains her and Andrew's actions to Susan. Susan explains her relationship with Holly to Wendy. Tess spies on Byron and Reese. Tess warns Reese about her father's poor health and her relationship with Byron. JJ helps Remy and Cara unpack. Remy and Cara have an argument. Tess tells Paul she's leaving. Leo tries to convince Paul to get a hobby such as golf or archery. JJ looks at Mike's motorbike, which Andrew is currently looking after while Mike is in the UK. Wendy checks in with JJ. JJ checks in with Wendy. Reese tells Byron about Tess. Byron asks Reese to stay in Elizabeth. Byron compliments Reese. Dex empties a bag of JJ's belongings. JJ calls Dex a crybaby. Dex tackles JJ to the floor and repeatedly punches him. Cara and Remy separate JJ and Dex. JJ runs away using Mike's motorbike. The DNA results have come through and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Right, so before I get on to the videos that I'm going to show you in a second, I'm going to do a little bit of explaining so it actually makes some sense. So, after the end of the fourth episode, episode 32, which I will be reviewing at the end of the episode, the week after, so episode 33-36 has been titled Flashback Week, which includes loads of returning guest characters, which I'm going to get to. But there's two trailers that I want to show you for Flashback Week, which when I'm recording it, I've seen 3 out of the 4 episodes. So yeah, you'll probably be getting that episode in a couple of days' time. But yeah, here is one of the trailers for catches Mackenzie and has out. JJ stops riding and throws the helmet onto the floor. JJ seems to be having a panic attack. Dex blames himself. JJ texts Cara. JJ only wants to see Cara. Leo tries to convince Paul to go on a date. Paul spies Byron and Reese getting out of the car. Leo stops Paul from breaking the law. Cara finds and hugs JJ. JJ would prefer his dad to be Andrew rather than the American donor. Cara takes JJ home. JJ apologises to the Rodwells. Andrew tells JJ that he's not his biological father. As Mackenzie mock Byron being in love. Mackenzie tells Haz about getting together with Hendrix. Holly interrupts Mackenzie and Haz insults Mackenzie's pool ability. Paul meets up with Reese, but Byron covers for Reese to Paul. The Rodwells discuss the DNA results. Sadie meets up with Mackenzie, Holly and Haz. JJ apologises to Dex. Dex tells JJ his martial arts skills came from JJ. Dex consoles JJ. Mackenzie watches Haz and Holly play pool. Holly asks for Mackenzie's dating advice. Mackenzie is jealous of Haz and Holly potentially getting together. Therese insults Paul. Therese rubs her relationship with Toadie in Paul's face. Mackenzie checks in with Sadie. Mackenzie gives Sadie some advice on forgiving Andrew. Remy explains her true feelings to Cara. Cara takes accountability for her actions. Remy and Cara talk about JJ's search for his biological father. Paul sets off the fire alarm to have a sleep in Reese's room. Everyone has to evacuate from the wall to hold Harold and Masters. Leo searches for Paul, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Now, with the videos that I've just shown, there was also in the description, so on some of even this channel, so the podcast, some of them will have, like I haven't managed to finish them all yet, will say, oh, if you like this episode, check out, as we'll do Neighbours, we'll use Neighbours, check out the Neighbours playlist, which will have every video that I've done about Neighbours. But in the description was the following, which were accompanied by some photos released on the Neighbours social media channels. So, Tell All episodes are finally here. The look back episodes will focus on what's happened in Erinsborough over the last 2 years. Neighbours fans can expect to see the return of some of their favourite characters, including Takaya Honda as David Tanaka, Matt Wilson as Aaron Brennan, April Rose Pengilly as Chloe Brennan, Jodie Gordon as Ellie Conway, Bonnie Anderson as Bea Nielsen, Jacinta Stapleton as Amy Greenwood, Olivia Junkier as Yashvi Rebecca, Benji McNair as Mel Kennedy, Ian Rawlings as Phil Martin, Morgan Baker as Callum Rebecca, and Ariel Kaplan as Imogen Willis. Series newcomer Hannah Monsoon will join the show as Nicolette Stone. Don't miss the 4-day event premiering 13th to the 16th of November on Amazon Freevee in the UK, US. It's on Prime Video in South Africa. Basically every English-speaking country, it's either on Freevee, Prime Video, and in the US, in Australia, it's on Channel 10. But yes, so the photos there, so we've got, I'll just do them. So I've read the synopsis, so the first one here is Bea Nielsen, played by Bonnie Anderson. Then we've got Aaron Brennan, played by Matt Wilson. David Tanaka, played by Takaya Honda. Then we've got Nicholas Stone, now played by Hannah Monsoon. Then we've got Mel Kennedy, played by Benji McNair. Then we've got Imogen Willis, played by Ariel Kaplan. Then we've got Chloe Brennan, played by April Rose Pengilly. We've got Ellie Conway, played by Jodie Gordon. We've got Phil Martin, played by Ian Rawlings. We've got Amy Greenwood, played by Jacinta Stapleton. We've got Yashvi Rebecca, played by Olivia Junkier. And we've got Callum Rebecca, played by Morgan Baker. Coming up next is my review for episode 31, released on the 8th of November 2023. The episode starts off with a privacy recap and the title sequence. Leo finds Paul snooping in Reese's room. Paul assumes Reese is an addict. Leo stands up for Reese. Leo agrees with Paul. Sharon talks to Nell. Sharon tells Nell that Melanie has moved house. Nell gets Melanie's new address from Sharon. Wendy gives some food to the Wagner Murphys. Remy overtalks Cara. Wendy tells Andrew that she has given some food to the Wagner Murphys. Wendy storms off. Nell tells JJ that she wants to meet up with Melanie. Paul asks Jane to spy on Reese and to ask Byron for some insider knowledge. Jane stands up to Paul. Paul tells Shane that Byron has bought a car. JJ and Nell brainstorm the truth about the breakup of Melanie and Toadie. JJ covers for Nell. Jane puts Byron, checks that Reese is okay. Jane investigates after Paul's interference. Byron catches Jane out. Jane tells Byron about Paul's evidence. Jane apologises to Byron. Byron tells Jane that Paul is game playing. Haz is disgusted over Andrew's recommendation of banana and mayonnaise. Remy bumps into Andrew. Andrew and Remy agree to be friends once again. Cara and Andrew talk about Remy and Wendy's hatred of Philippa. Andrew asks Cara to read Philippa's diary. Byron confronts Paul over his accusations of Reese being an addict. Wendy finds Andrew with Philippa's diary. Sharon and Jane talk about Melanie. Sharon knows Eden. Reese talks to Paul. Paul seems concerned for Reese's well-being. Reese has been crying. Byron and Reese go on a road trip. Nell finds Melanie's new house. Nell gets knocked out by Eden, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Next up will be a clip from that episode featuring Nell and Eden. Next up is the last episode which I'm actually going to review in this episode, and that is episode 32, released on the 9th of November 2023. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the theme tune. Andrew gives Philippa's diary back to Cara. Remy insults Cara's cooking. Toadie and Jane nearly bump into each other. Jane tells Toadie that Nell's died of school. Toadie calls Nell multiple times with no answer. Byron and Reese talk about Paul's snooping. Byron is proud of Reese standing up to her family. Toadie and Therese ask various people about Nell's whereabouts. JJ texts Nell telling her Toadie's looking for her. Andrew tells Wendy that he returned Philippa's diary to Cara. Toadie tells Andrew that Nell is missing. JJ returns home. JJ insults Cara's cooking ability. JJ tells Ren and Cara that he knows where Nell is. Toadie, Therese, Holly, Haz and Andrew go to find Nell. Cara and Remy argue about Cara's previous actions. Wendy talks to Jane about Andrew. Byron and Reese are still looking for Reese's missing sister, Krista. Holly catches up Haz on Paul and Therese and Toadie and Melanie's previous relationships. Toadie notices Nell's bag. Andrew kicks the door open. Andrew and Therese time to calm down Toadie. Remy and Cara tell each other that they love each other. Byron and Reese find out that Krista stayed at a youth hostel. Holly and Haz find Nell. Haz offers Nell some water. Haz tells Toadie he has found Nell. Holly and Melanie meet. They both know Eden. Melanie knows Holly as Carl's daughter. Nell, Holly, Haz and Melanie return to Ramsey Street. Remy checks how Nell is medically and physically. Melanie asks Holly to talk to Andrew about Eden. Melanie asks to talk to Toadie and Therese inside. And the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Next up will be a selection of videos, which includes a clip featuring David and Paul from Flashback Week. We've got an interview with Yashvi. We've got a clip all featuring Toadie, Therese, Haz, Holly and Melanie. We've got a behind the scenes video featuring Toadie and Melanie. And we finish off with Robinson's Roundup.
Hi, my name is Olivia Junkia. I play Yashvi Rebecca, and these are my Ramsey Street revelations. Yashvi is back to fill in the gaps of some old eps. So she's not really back, it's more like flashback stuff. It's a little teaser, I would say. Okay, so I moved back to where my mum and dad was because I had a really bad accident in a car crash. Watch out! And Ned eventually went and met up with her wherever she lived. So I think she's having a lovely time at Ned. She's back in the force. I think she's in a lower role, something less active. She's slowly working herself up and she still keeps in contact with Levi. Rest assured, Yashvi and Ned are solid. They are amazing. I have been living in the UK. I didn't get recognised that much in the UK. I did get, sometimes I got really random spots. Like I got recognised in Florence in Italy, which was bizarre. And then at like a swimming pool in Stratford. Yashvi, I think, will come and go. I don't know. That's it for me for now. So these are my Ramsey Street revelations and I'll see you guys soon.
Hello, Toadie.
You didn't have to come.
Andrew will have questions about Eden. Can you talk to him?
Tell him everything I know.
Haz didn't mention anything about Eden.
I asked him not to. I thought it might be easier if I tell you all in person. Tell us what? Can we go inside? I think you might need to sit down to hear what I have to say.
Back again. Here I am. Mel's ready. Are you ready? Exciting, isn't it? Flashback scenes. So you can find out what's been happening between Tony and Mel for the last 2 years. It's very exciting.
But this is where we're going to find out where it all went wrong with Toadie and Mel.
So, that's it. I am done for the day. For a little while. Anyway, I know what's going to happen. You know. So you're just going to have to wait and see.
Oh, g'day you lot. Back to Robinson's Roundup, hey? Do you know, I thought that I got rid of Reese this week. As it turns out, she's staying.
I cleared my schedule to stay here.
Then unclear it. Because I'm not going anywhere.
I'm not going to rest until she's gone. You know that, don't you? And you know, I am sure that I spotted that young JJ on a motorcycle this week. What's he doing? That kid's a liability. Honestly. And young Nell got caught up in a bit of drama, I hear. And I hear that Melanie might be back on the scene. Can't say I'm looking forward to that one. Although, I've got to tell you, you wait till you see what we've been hiding.
Can we go inside? I think you might need to sit down to hear what I have to say.
Well, that's it for the roundup. See you later.
So, let me know if you did watch the episode, what you thought of my reviews. If you didn't, maybe go and check them out on Amazon Freevee in the UK and the US, Prime Video in basically every other English-speaking country, and on Channel 10 in Australia. But, yeah, remember, so let me know that in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 131. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 137. And before we get into the main topic of this episode, it is time for Day 10 of the 2023 Advent Calendar. day 10. I'm forgetting the days now. Day 10 of the 2023 Advent Calendar. Now it's time for the main topic of this episode, which is the reviews for four Neighbours episodes, which was the 13th to the 16th of November 2023, those episodes were titled Flashback Week. So yes, I'm recording this about a week after those episodes have aired, but you'll be seeing this like a couple of weeks ahead anyway. It's like 2 and a bit weeks, I think, so not too bad. But yeah, so we're going to start off by reviewing episode 33, which was broadcast on the 13th of November 2023. The episode starts off with a privacy recap and the theme tune. Toadie, Therese and Melanie have a chat with Susan. There was a flashback to Toadie and Melanie meeting up with Mackenzie, Amy, Ashley and Callum. Melanie talks to Amy and Ashley about the street party. Toadie, Callum and Ashley discuss the ceremony. Okay, I'm just going to pause there for a second just to reinforce something. So flashback week. So when the finale aired at the end of July 2022 and came back in September 2023, that is 14 months in real time. In Neighbours Land, that's been 2 years. So that's why we flashback, because we basically started at a wedding and we're kind of finding out how that happened. Anyway, where do we get up to? About the street party, discuss the ceremony. Krista knocks on Toadie's door and Melanie answers. Krista gives Melanie her phone number. Melanie meets up with Krista. Melanie was Krista's housekeeper. These flashbacks take place the day before Toadie and Melanie's wedding. Amy, Ashley, Melanie, Callum and Toadie discuss Paul and Therese's reunion. Amy, Ashley and Callum go to bed. Melanie talks about her wedding day to Toadie. Therese interrupts Melanie. Holly and Andrew talk about Eden. Melanie talks about the street party. Chloe, Ellie, Toadie, Melanie, B. Callum, Therese, Paul, David and Alan are at the waterhole. Chloe tells the others she's moving to Sydney. Chloe and Ellie kiss. David and Aaron kiss. Paul and Therese kiss. Toadie and Melanie kiss. Krista watches on. Melanie talks to Krista. Krista tells Melanie she was at the wedding ceremony. Krista asks Melanie for some cash. Lance is revealed to be the donor of Amy's baby. Therese interrupts Melanie again. Toadie reassures Therese. Melanie asks Holly about Eden. Everyone helps clean up Ramsey Street. Melanie steals some money from the drinks dealer for Krista. Melanie makes some drinks for Amy, Lance and Phil. Amy tells Melanie she's moving to Queensland. Melanie gives Krista the cash. Melanie is a wanted criminal for holding drugs on CCTV footage. Melanie asks Krista to leave her alone. Therese. Where are they going up to? Melanie asks Krista to leave her alone. Therese doesn't believe Melanie. Toadie asks Melanie why she didn't tell him sooner. She didn't want to lose him. Holly explains to Susan, Toadie and Therese how Eden is involved. Byron and Reese are still looking for Krista. They find a picture of Krista with Holly and Eden, and the episode finishes up with a coming up trailer. Next up is 3 clips have been revealed. One is behind the scenes of a scene for the episode with them cleaning up Ramsey Street. We've got an interview with Amy and Lance, and we're going to finish off with an interview from Ellie and B.
So this is a very exciting day. We are at Ramsey
Next up is my review of episode 34, which was broadcast on the 14th of November 2023. So the episode starts off with a previously recap and the theme tune. Holly tells Susan she was back in Amnesborough around the time of Toadie and Melanie's wedding. Holly and Eden talk about their family trees. Holly and Eden kiss again. Like with the previous episode, some of this is flashbacky stuff. Holly and Eden kiss. Holly watches Izzy and Shane talk about their visions of Power Road. Holly watches Izzy cheat on Mel with Shane. Holly is panicking. Eden tries to calm down Holly. He succeeds. Eden tells Holly that she can't afford to stay at Lassiter's. Now, let me try that again. Eden tells Holly that they can't afford to stay at Lassiter's too much longer. Holly sees Ellie and B talking. Holly introduces them to Eden as her cousins. B calms down Ellie. B takes Ellie to Ramsey Street. Eden and Holly go to Ramsey Street and see Chloe and Ellie kiss, then they leave. Holly is furious. Izzy. Susan interrupts Holly. Byron tries to call Holly but gets no one. But obviously she doesn't answer. Byron tells Reese he is there for her and they try to find Holly. Holly and Eden meet Krista at Harold's. Eden asks Holly to ask Carl for a loan. She doesn't want to take advantage of Carl and Susan's wealth. Krista, Holly and Eden hang out in Holly and Eden's room. Krista tells Holly and Eden that she never wants to see her family ever again. Krista, Holly and Eden go travelling together. Tony works out that Eden was attracted to Krista. Krista goes to meet up with Melanie. Holly hides from Mel before bumping into him. Andrew fills in Tony to raise Melanie, Susan and Holly about Eden. Andrew goes to find Eden. Holly asks Mel to not tell Carl and Susan that she's here. Holly checks Mel is okay with Izzy cheating on him. Mel covers for Holly. Melanie and Mel have helped Krista and Holly. Money-wise, that is. Tony takes a time out, as does Therese and Susan. Melanie calls someone from Therese's landline. Reese remembers her last conversation with Krista. Aaron, David and Nicolette talk about Melanie telling Tony, Therese and Susan about her actions. Melanie called David, Aaron and Nicolette. They're on their way back to Edinburgh. They all agreed to do this. And the episode finishes up with a coming up trailer. Next up will be a behind the scenes video featuring Holly, a clip from the episode featuring David, Aaron and Nicolette, and an interview with Phil.
Hi guys, so we're just
Next up is my review of episode 38, released on the 21st of November 2023. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. Leo and Wendy talk about the Christmas fair. Leo says sorry to Reese. Leo forgives Paul. Tony tells Therese that he visited Paul. Therese tells Tony that she visited Melanie. Now listens in on this conversation. Jane talks to Aaron, David and Nicolette about them not returning to Owensboro full time. Nicolette visits Paul. Paul questions Nicolette's intentions. Holly gives Reese some photos of Krista with her and Eden. Holly believes Eden's plan is intertwined with the Sinclair's money. David visits Melanie in prison. David checks in on Melanie. David believes Paul's intentions were selfish and self-centered. Mackenzie and Eden try to get Holly to remember where Eden might be hiding. Holly remembers something. David tells Aaron and Nicolette about his visit to see Melanie. Now asks Jane about Melanie. David tries to reassure Nell. Jane promises Nell she will go visit Melanie. Mackenzie, Haz and Holly find several potential locations of Eden. Haz goes with Holly. Mackenzie goes with Byron and Reese. Therese finds her and Paul's vow renewal program. She throws it in the bin. Tony checks in with Nell. Jane visits Melanie in prison. Haz and Holly talk about Mackenzie. Haz laughs at the thought of Holly studying medicine. Aaron, David and Nicolette talk about Owensboro High closing and the redesign of Harold's. Paul is surprised to see Chloe. Chloe is standing in for Reese and Paul. Haz and Holly hold hands. Holly finds Eden. Haz and Holly stop Eden from running off. The police arrest Eden. Jane fills in Nell. Holly visits Melanie. Jane fills in Tony about Nell and Melanie. Andrew thanks Haz and Holly. Holly finds Krista's blanket. Holly searches the house. Holly finds Krista alive. Come here, and the episode finishes off with a complete trailer. Next up is a clip from the episode featuring Chloe, played by April Rose Pengilly, and Paul, played by Stephen Dennis.
Well, if it isn't the felon of the hour.
Chloe, what are you doing here?
Leo said you were in a bind, Ellie and I talked it over, and Lassiter Sydney were happy to give me a sabbatical.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming, Chloe, because right now you're exactly what this hotel needs. Good.
Next up, we've got a cast announcement. Those bombshells keep coming. Krista is alive, which is lucky for us, as we get to welcome the fabulous Magella Davis to the cast, and we've got a photo of Magella Davis, who plays Krista. Next up is my review of episode 39, released on the 22nd of November 2023. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. Tony talks to Susan, and now Susan gives Tony some advice. Holly fills in Reese about Krista. Wendy fills Chloe in about the plan for the Christmas fair. Paul learns that Krista is alive. Holly talks to Krista. Holly forgives Krista for getting together with Eden. Holly talks to Krista about Reese. Susan, Jane, Tony, Therese, and now learn that Krista is alive. Now tries to come to defence of Melanie to Tony. Jane and Susan inform Melanie about Krista being alive. Jane tells Melanie that Eden has been arrested. Melanie asks Jane about Krista's well-being. Mackenzie meets Krista. Krista blames herself for Eden's actions. Paul asks Chloe to stay long-term. Tony asks Therese for her opinion. Reese reunites with Krista. Reese apologises to Krista. Haz celebrates with Holly and Mackenzie about capturing Eden and reuniting Reese and Krista. Nell visits Melanie. Holly tells Mackenzie about her and Haz's capturing of Eden. Mackenzie has to go to work. Reese and Krista's dad hasn't called Reese back. Haz compares Holly to a chihuahua. Holly gets a message from Krista. Holly seems to be having a panic attack. Haz tries to calm down Holly. Haz and Holly kiss and sleep together. The episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Next up, we've actually got a clip of that episode, which features Reese, played by Misha Barton, and Krista, played by Magella Davis. Let's have her. And my last review of this episode is episode 40, which was released on the 23rd of November 2023. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. Paul tries to get a reaction from Byron and Reese. He's unsuccessful. Tash fills in Reese by phone. Reese's father has had a stroke. Reese has to return to the US. Mackenzie learns that Haz and Holly have slept together. JJ speaks to Remy. JJ blames himself for the issues between Cara and Remy. Mackenzie tries to be happy for Holly. Reese tells Krista. she is returning to the US, Reese asks Byron to look after Krista. David is persistently against him, Aaron and Nicolette returning to Owensboro on a full-time basis. Holly tells Sadie that she and Haz have got together. Sadie tells Holly that Mackenzie's perfect man is Haz. Mackenzie talks to Holly about her feelings with Haz. About her feelings. Yeah, with Haz, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Mackenzie tells Holly that she should follow her heart and get together with Haz. Chloe and Paul learn about Reese's father having a stroke. Chloe introduces herself to Reese. Reese organises a taxi to the airport behind Byron's back. Cara cuts her hand and David comes to the rescue. Reese remembers a memory with Byron. David and Aaron talk about David no longer being a doctor. Haz tells Byron about him and Holly getting together. Cara shows Jojo the information they've gathered on his biological father. Reese remembers some more memories with Byron. Reese says goodbye to Paul. Mackenzie continues to convince Holly to follow her heart. Haz and Holly kiss. Reese fills in Byron about the car situation. Reese thanks Chloe. Reese and Byron say goodbye to each other, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Next up is a bunch of videos. So we've got a clip from this episode with Byron and Reese saying goodbye to each other. We've also got an interview with Nicolette. We've got an emoji game where the cast have to guess some what's the word? Yeah, storylines based on emojis, and we'll finish it off with the Robinsons Roundup.
It's all happened so quickly. I feel like I missed out on time with you.
Time's a funny thing.
I love you.
I love you too. More than you know.
And you're doing what you have to do.
I'm doing what I have to do.
I'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Hannah Monson. I'm playing Nicolette Stone, and these are my Ramsey Street revelations.
Can we throw them? Can we?
Yeah.
Oh.
We are playing a game to guess what storylines these are from these emojis.
I'm really bad at
This is going to be bad. Well, let's give it a go.
A milkshake?
Girl,
Don't cry over
milk.
spilt milk.
Brown-haired lady, a glass of milk.
That's a toughie.
Who is that person?
She likes
She
milk.
likes milk.
Susan, when she slipped on the milk on the floor, and she thought she was 16 actually, but it says 17 there.
No, she couldn't remember anything after the age of 16.
16.
Which would
Yeah.
make her 17.
Okay, we've got
You've got
the
the
LGBTQ flag. We've got the
Oh,
stethoscope.
I know. It's David and Aaron's wedding.
Wow.
One of the best episodes of Neighbours ever made. Incredible. It was
before my
incredible
time.
and was history making too.
Slap the star. Oh,
A bit
the
of
slap.
explosion.
The slap. The slap.
The slap. Okay, so who do we think this is? Glass of wine, Christmas tree, hospital. I have no idea.
Well, I'm guessing, but there's a Christmas tree. Did the Christmas tree fall on someone?
Something clearly goes awry.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure actually this happened. A tree fell on someone.
Don't know. Okay, let's find out.
Oh, Therese,
oh,
red wine,
oh,
Christmas at the hotel, full. Oh, she gets drunk.
Well, obviously a wedding.
Oh, I know what this is. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is Toadie and Dee's wedding, where Toadie drives off a cliff and it goes into the ocean.
Good
Okay.
spot. Okay, Carl and Susan in London. Carl proposes in the London Eye, then goes out on the Thames to marry Susan. And what happens? But Izzy turns up and has a
And
baby on
Holly.
the deck, which Carl has to deliver. And it's
Carl and
actually
Susan get married in London and Izzy's water breaks. Wow.
I thought I was going to be bad at this.
Hey, we're good at this game. I think that we were pretty good.
Oh, I'm exhausted. What a week for Robinson's Roundup, eh? Well, now the truth's out. Question is, are Toadie and Therese going to survive?
If Paul hadn't done this, a lot of things would be very different right now.
You might still be with Melanie.
You might still be with Paul.
But he did do it.
So does that mean that my son and his family are finally going to move back to Erinsborough where they belong? So we hope so.
I'm not having another conversation about us moving back here.
Well, even though everything's out in the open now?
Our lives have moved on. I'm not going to keep going round and round on this.
You know what? I might even allow that Nicolette to come back too, if she has to. Well, I'm glad to see that that young Eden finally got what was coming to him. Can you believe that Krista is alive? Actually, that's all I need, isn't it? Another bloody Sinclair in town, yeah. But at least I finally got my way. Reese is gone. California, here she comes. Or whatever hole she crawled out of. Well, that's about it for Robinson Roundup this week. Hope you've had a good time. See you later.
So yeah, that's it for this episode. So let me know what if you did watch the episodes that I've talked about. Let me know what you thought of them in the comments below. If you didn't, in the comments below, let me know what you thought of my reviews. And remember, you can also like and subscribe. But that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 145. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 2, Episode 150, recorded on the 3rd of December 2023, released on the 23rd of December 2023. Before we get into the main topic of the episode, it is time for day 23 of the 2023 Advent Calendar. That was day 23 of the 2023 Advent Calendar. I'm saying 23 a lot because I said it 23rd of December is when it's meant to be released. It's day 23 of the Advent Calendar, and it's the 2023 Advent Calendar. Anyway, time for the main topic of this episode. So normally when I do Neighbours episodes, I do 4 reviews an episode. Now I'm splitting it up for this week and going forward into season 3 and onwards, or beyond even. It will kind of be 1 review of 1 episode of Neighbours per episode, because by now you'll have seen my review for the first Doctor Who 6th Anniversary Special Star Beast. I literally just reviewed the Star Beast, that was it. I didn't review anything else, I just reviewed the actual episode. So yeah, I'm going to be doing something quite similar with Neighbours, so just so it's not, well, what date is it? So yeah, I've done, as you'll have seen in the last episode? No, 2 episodes ago. I Krista's room but can't find her anywhere, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. Next up is we've got a video from the catering on Neighbours, as well as some return photos as well to talk through, so that's what's coming up next.
Hi guys, I'm Maddie. And I'm Laura. And we are catering assistants here at Neighbours.
So we start the morning by preparing breakfast, and me and Maddie do coffees and tea. The guys are just in there preparing lunch, which will be ready soon. Lots of veggies, healthy salads, and always options for vegetarian and vegans as well. And today I think we've got a bit of a time theme going on.
Lunch is ready. Hope they enjoy.
Here they come.
What do you reckon's for lunch?
Here's our favourite customer.
Hi, Mads. So, what is for lunch? They look delicious, by the way. Lunch is so good here. They really do take the best care of us.
Everyone's happy, everyone's loving lunch today.
Observe the loyalty card, the trusty loyalty card for coffee.
A delicious moment.
Almost done for the day. Thanks for joining us today, guys, in a day in the life of the Canteen Queens. See you next time. Bye. Bye.
Next up is we've got some return photos ahead of the next week of Neighbours, which reads, as the battle to save Edinburgh High heats up next week, look out for some faces from the past who come to join the fight. How many can you remember? So there's a picture of 7 there, which should be on screen now. I'm going to try and remember who they are. So we've got Summer Hoyland here, Brett Stark, Michelle Scully, Marty something, Melissa Jarrett, Richie and Tess. So yeah, coming up next will be my review and the final Neighbours review that I'm doing of 2023, which will be reviewing episode 44. So that's right, I'm reviewing the Neighbours reboot episode 44, released on the 30th of November 2023. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. Holly, Leo and Byron talk about Krista's dad being dead. David, Leo, Holly and Byron search for Krista. Wendy, Nicolette and Sadie talk about the school protest. Jane and Therese talk about Edinburgh High being replaced by Therese's retirement experience. Tony talks to Therese about Susan. Tony talks to Therese and Susan talks to Jane about Therese and Jane's friendship. Jane remembers that she has 50 cents, which is 50p in the UK or equivalent. David finds Krista. David tells Krista why he isn't a doctor anymore. Has Holly and Byron talk about Krista. David and Leo tell Krista that Paul is their father. David apologises to Krista. Krista asks David to stay with her to avoid her using drugs. Byron and Mackenzie avoid Holly. Nicola asks Sam to babysit Isla. Therese talks to Susan about Therese offering Carl a job at her retirement experience. Holly drinks Haz's coffee, which she spits out. Haz blows up at Holly. Krista tells Leo about her conversation with Reese. David and Leo try to reassure Krista. Reese is gone. David tells Krista about the option about hiring a sober companion. Krista asks David to be her sober companion. Haz tells Mackenzie about his fight with Holly. Nicolette fills in Wendy and Sadie about Jane. David fills in Aaron about Krista entering rehab and asking him to be her sober companion. David agrees to return to Edinburgh full-time with Aaron, Nicolette and Isla. Susan reunites with Summer Hoyland. Summer tells Susan about the school protest. Haz and Holly talk about their expectations for each other. Holly and Haz kiss. Nicolette tells Sadie and Wendy that she's returning to Edinburgh full-time. Susan confronts Wendy, Nicolette and Sadie about the school protest, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. We've got 2 videos to finish off this episode, so we've got a clip from the episode featuring Susan, Sadie, Wendy and Nicolette, and we've got, as always, the Robinsons Roundup.
Ah, hello there, welcome to Robinson's Roundup. What's been happening this week? And Nicolette's been rocking the boat, hasn't she?
Protest might be a long shot, but we have to try.
She's changed. You know, it's as if she's a completely different woman. I just don't get it. Oh, and Toadie, he's stepped in to help Melanie. Nice to see those two getting along again, isn't it?
I called in a favour at Legal Aid and I got Melanie a better lawyer. It is for Nell's sake.
And it appears that the Varga-Murphy marriage is getting back on track. Apparently Dex and JJ intervened on that little number. Seems like kid is good for something after all. And I heard that Haz snapped at Holly this week. Didn't know you had it in him.
It's just coffee.
It's not just coffee. I waited weeks for that and you just took it without asking.
And the good news? I finally have something to thank Krista for. David and Aaron are staying. Thanks, Krista. Even if you're
Krista asked me to be her sober companion.
Yeah, well, that pretty much winds up this week. Hope you enjoyed what I had to say. If you didn't, tough. I don't really care. Why are you still here anyway? Get out of here.
So yeah, welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 22, recorded on the 8th of January 2024, released on the 22nd of January 2024, and in this episode, is a Doctor Who, because like I said at the end of the last episode, I'm taking a break from Doctor Who, basically because there isn't any news and Season 1 doesn't come out until May. So yes, what I'm going to be doing for the foreseeable future is catching up on all the Neighbours reviews, because I've been catching up on Doctor Who, because obviously we had the 3 60th anniversary specials, and then we had the Church of Ruby Road, the 2023 Christmas special. That when it got to like the days that I should have been recording Neighbours reviews, I was still on the Doctor Who stuff, so I thought, okay, I'd wait until I've done all the Doctor Who stuff and then I'll do Neighbours for a bit. So I think it will be about 2 or 3 weeks worth of consistent Neighbours reviews, but then I'll catch up, and then there's all lots of fun bits and pieces that I will be doing after that. But yes, in this episode we're going to start off with the first episode of Neighbours that I haven't reviewed of the reboot, that is, and that's episode 45, which is the 4th of December 2023. So here is my review for the 4th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So, this episode starts off with the previously recap and the title sequence. Susan talks to Nicolette, Wendy and Sadie about the Erinsborough High protest. Andrew returns home before Susan can decide if to tell Therese and Jane about the protest or not. Nicolette informs Wendy and Sadie that Carl has been offered a job at Therese's retirement experience. Jane sees Wendy, Nicolette and Sadie drive off. David and Aaron talk to Chloe about living at Jane's. Jane talks to Aaron, David and Chloe about seeing Nicolette with Wendy and Sadie. Summer and Holly reunite. Summer confesses to Wendy and Nicolette that she was the one who told Susan about the protest. The protest starts. Nicolette introduces Summer to the protesters. Wendy talks to Melissa Jarrett. Sadie talks to Marty Muggleton. Wendy talks to Brett Stark. Summer asks to interview Nicolette. Summer interviews. Try that again. Yeah, Summer interviews Nicolette. Aaron talks to Jane, Melanie and Susan about the protest. Summer interviews Michelle Scully. Jane, Melanie and Susan join the protest. Summer interviews Melissa. Summer interviews Brett. Summer interviews Marty. Jane tells Nicolette how proud she is of her. David, Aaron and Chloe join the protest. Toadie tells Therese about Michelle. Toadie and Therese arrive at the protest. Andrew talks to Wendy and Sadie about organising the protest. The protest turns violent. Therese calls for security to help the police. The protesters break into the school. Therese's security have arrived. Melanie, Jane and Susan help stop the protesters causing long-lasting damage to the school. Two of Therese's security guards drag Richie out of the school. Therese believes Susan is betrayed her by choosing to be part of the protest. Jane reassures Susan that she has done nothing wrong. Melanie falls down some stairs and is knocked unconscious. And it's coming up trailer. I should have done this at the beginning, but I didn't. My spoiler-free thoughts, not that they really matter now as I've gone straight into it, is that I love the school protest when it was a peaceful protest, because as we know, non-peaceful protests can be dangerous, as shown with the cliffhanger of the episode, which is of Melanie falling. So yes, that's it for this episode. So let me know what you thought of the 4th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours in the comments below. And if you watched it, then tell me about it, the episode in the comments below. If you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. And that is it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 22. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 23. And in this episode, similar to last episode, and for foreseeable episodes for the next 2-3 weeks potentially, so that's probably around 20 episodes-ish, is my review of the 5th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So here is my review for the 5th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So the episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. The protest continues. Jane and Susan talk about the violent protesters. Susan reunites with Tess. Therese watches Susan's conversation with Tess. Therese sees Jane crying in her office. Melanie is awake. Melanie's awake. Andrew enlists Toadie to help secure the school. Andrew and Wendy argue about the protest. Toadie checks in with Therese. Therese tells Toadie about Susan and Jane. Sue Parker talks to Susan and Jane. Jane helps Andrew clear up. Sue tries to convince Jane and Therese to hire her. Jane hasn't heard from Melanie. Toadie and Therese look for Melanie. Toadie finds Melanie unconscious. Toadie calls an ambulance for Melanie. David and Nyla are playing Connect 4. Nicolette talks to David and Aaron about the protest. Nicolette insults David's organisation. David talks about his new job. Nicolette talks about being part of Byron and Jane's lives again. And Aaron talks about the future. Melanie is now at Erinsborough Hospital, as is Susan, Jane, Therese and Toadie. Therese tries to comfort Toadie. Susan does the same with Jane. Therese blames Nicolette for Melanie's current condition. David and Aaron talk to Cara about returning to Ramsey Street. Nicolette tells David and Aaron about Melanie being in hospital. Jane is waiting for Melanie to wake up. Remy is Melanie's doctor. Remy tells Jane that Melanie has a high-grade concussion and has shattered a shoulder, which will require a reconstruction. Jane blames herself for Melanie's current predicament. Remy tries to reassure Jane. Melanie wakes up. Melanie tells Jane that one of Therese's security guards caused Melanie to fall down the stairs, causing her to have a concussion and shatter a shoulder. Nell has arrived at the hospital, concerned about Melanie's well-being. Jane fills in Susan, Therese, Toadie and Nell. Jane also tells Therese that it was one of her security guards that caused Melanie to fall down the stairs. Therese talks to Toadie about her security guards. Toadie tries to calm down Therese. Susan checks in with Therese. Susan hugs Therese. David and Aaron go back to their home to pick up their and Nicolette's belongings. Nicolette chooses to go to the hospital to see Melanie. David talks to Cara about no longer being a doctor. Melanie gets overwhelmed when she sees Toadie. Remy tries to calm down Melanie. Toadie wants to go home. Nell does not. Susan suggests that she drops off now when she gets home. Melanie is flatlining. Melanie requires some kind of operation. Susan, Jane, Nicolette, Therese, Toadie and Nell watch Melanie being taken to the operation room. And the coming up trailer and my spoiler-free thoughts are that I loved how Therese and Jane focused on Melanie rather than the school or Therese's retirement experience. And next up we've got 2 videos to talk about that were also released on the 5th of December 2023. So the first one is behind the scenes of the protest. So the director introduces the video. Filming for the protest is shown. Hannah Monsoon and Candice Lease, so that is Nicolette and Wendy, talk about the protest, as does Annie Jones and Lucinda Cowden, who is Jane and Melanie. Lloyd Will Andrew talks about his subtle changes in uniform. And the other video we've got to talk about is the protest returns video. So Jackie Woodburn, who plays Susan, introduces the video and talks about the Erinsborough High protest. Brett Belwitt talks about returning to the role of Brett Stark. Kate Kelty talks about returning to the role of Michelle Scully. Jade Amanta talks about returning to the role of Melissa Jarrett. Geordie Lucas talks about returning to the role of Summer Holland. Lucinda reunites with Jade, and Jackie concludes the video. So that's it for that review as well as the video. So let me know in the comments below if you watched this episode of Neighbours, what you thought of it. If you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. And that is it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 23. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 24, recorded on the 8th of January 2024, released on the 24th of January 2024. and in this episode will be a review of the 6th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours, as well as a cast announcement and a breakdown of a video. So without further ado, here is my review of the 6th of December 2023 review of, well, Neighbours review. The episode starts off with a previously recap, as well as the title sequence. Tony and Therese try to reassure Nell about Melanie. Nell tells them that she can't lose another mum. Nicolette gives a coffee to Jane. Carl reunites with Susan at the hospital. Wendy fills in Andrew about Melanie. Wendy blames herself for Melanie getting injured. Carl and Susan talk about a reunion, which Michelle and Summer are attending. Remy tells everyone that Melanie's out of surgery. Remy suggests that everyone goes home and has a good night's sleep. Carl and Susan talk about how much they have missed each other. Susan talks about returning to the school for the protest. Byron checks in with both Jane and Nicolette. Byron tells Jane and Nicolette about his phone call with Reese. Mackenzie brings Hugo home. Toadie and Therese thank Mackenzie for looking after Hugo. Tony checks in with Hugo. Tony tries to reassure Therese about Melanie. Therese checks in with Tony. Chloe welcomes David and Aaron home. Nicolette is arrested by Andrew for organising the protest. Carl and Remy talk to Melanie. Therese returns to the school. Carl tells Melanie that she will have visitors. Melanie doesn't want Tony to visit her. Therese asks Tony about scrapping her retirement experience at the site of the school. Nell and Hugo are ready to visit Melanie. Wendy finds out that Nicolette has been arrested. Wendy wants to be arrested. Wendy gets her wish and is arrested. Tony, Nell and Hugo arrive at the hospital. Mackenzie joins them and goes into Melanie's room with Nell and Hugo. Mackenzie gives Melanie some flowers. Nell and Hugo give Melanie a toy pig. Nicolette returns home. Jane gets a letter from Mike. Tony talks to Andrew about Melanie. Andrew gives Tony some relationship advice. Tony uses Andrew's advice against him. Andrew and Wendy talk about Philippa. Therese believes her retirement experience is toxic. Nell and Hugo talk to Therese and Tony about Melanie's condition once she's discharged from hospital. Carl we're delighted to announce that Maria Thattel will be joining the cast next year in the guest role of Haz's big sister, but just why she turns up suddenly at Harold's is yet to be revealed. So that's it for this episode of the podcast. So let me know in the comments below if you watched the episode, the 6th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Let me know what you thought of it in the comments below. If you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. You can do both those things in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 24. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 25. And in this episode, which has been recorded on the 17th of January 2024, released on the 25th of January 2024. Yeah, so as you can tell, I'm only about a week before I'm recording this, just over a week before it's been released, which I don't tend to do, but there's life things that got in the way, which means I've not been able to record as much. But yes, in this episode I'm going to be reviewing the 7th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So here is my review for the 7th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So my spoiler-free thoughts, which we're going to start with, is that I love that Therese was going to tell Jane about her updated plan about her retirement experience, and I liked that Melanie eventually agreed to live with Carl and Susan. Now it's time for the review. So the following episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the 7th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. We have the previously recap and title sequence. Therese tells Tony about her asking Carl and Susan to look after Melanie once she has been discharged from hospital. Carl and Susan discuss Melanie coming to live with them while she recovers. Nicolette visits Melanie in hospital. Melanie tells Nicolette about her shoulder reconstruction surgery. Nicolette finds Chloe in Erinsborough Hospital going to a doctor's appointment. Andrew and Sadie talk about Wendy. Tony tells Melanie about her going to live with the Kennedys while she recovers. Melanie initially rejects this offer. Tony also tells Melanie that her moving in with Carl and Susan is Therese's idea. Therese goes to see Jane to talk about her retirement experience at the site of the school. Jane doesn't want to talk to Therese, so closes the door. Therese continues to knock on Jane's door. Jane drowns out Therese's noise with music. Haz and Holly talk about having a Christmas tree. They also speculate about Therese sitting outside Jane's house. Paul and Chloe talk about Reese. Nicolette visits Chloe and mentions seeing her at the hospital. Sam and Jane decorate their Christmas tree. Sam tells Jane that Therese is outside. Andrew gives a present to Wendy. The present is a drawing of Andrew, Wendy and Sadie. Andrew and Wendy kiss. Sam suggests that Jane should talk to Therese. Jane disagrees. Therese tells Jane about her idea for both a retirement experience and Erinsborough High to live side by side, with both of them downsizing. Therese believes that it should be her and Jane to make this plan work. Melanie and Therese talk about Melanie potentially moving in with Carl and Susan. Nicolette talks to David about Chloe. Carl thanks Nicolette for visiting Melanie. Carl and Susan talk to Melanie about her moving in. Paul visits Melanie with some flowers. Melanie tells Paul that her moving in with Carl and Susan is Therese's idea. Paul talks to Therese about Melanie, and the episode finishes up with a coming up trailer. Next up, we have got a few interviews to talk about. So the first one is with Michelle Scully. Well, the actress who plays Michelle Scully, who is Kate Kelty, plays Michelle Scully. So Kate talks about the changes on set and stuff since she was last on Neighbours. Michelle moved to New York with one of her sisters. Michelle is now married. Michelle has a son called Joe, and Joe Scully, Michelle's father, has passed away. Kate talks about her first date. Kate also talks about Carla Bonner's first date, and Kate would love to return in the future. Next up, we've got an interview with Jade Armenta, who plays Melissa Jarrett. Melissa took part in various protests. Melissa has married Josh, and they have 2 daughters. Like those 2 characters, they were in the school protest episode, which I talked about in a couple of episodes ago. So I have no idea who they are particularly. Now it's time to talk about Robinson's Roundup. So Paul talks about the school protest. Paul mentions Melissa Jarrett. Paul also mentions the Rodwells not getting on. Paul refers to Chloe having a secret, and Paul mentions Melanie's fall during the protest. Next up is a video where several cast members try to work out if words are British or Australian slang, and we have Stefan, who plays Paul, Misha, who plays Reese, Rebecca, who plays Therese, Alan, who plays Carl, Tim, who plays Leo, and Georgie, who plays Mackenzie, take part guessing if several words are British or Australian words. Some of the words are ankle biter, sticky beak, and butty. And yes, that's all the videos to go over, so that's it for this episode. So let me know in the comments below what you thought of the episode, if you watched it, and if you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. You can do both those things in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe, and that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 25. Goodbye. The following episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the 11th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 26, recorded on the 17th of January 2024, released on the 26th of January 2024. And like I just said, this episode will contain spoilers from the 11th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So without further ado, let's get to my review of that episode. But my spoiler-free thought is that I loved the Christmas theme of the episode. Now into full-on spoilers. This episode starts off as usual with the previously recap and title sequence. Chloe tells Nicolette that she has started to experience Huntington's symptoms. Byron talks to Haz and Mackenzie about Reese. Chloe and Nicolette talk about Chloe and Aaron's mum. Chloe has not told Ellie about her experiencing Huntington's symptoms. Mackenzie, Holly and Haz talk about Reese. Haz kisses Holly. Paul wanders around the Christmas fair at Lassiter's and remembers his Aunt Tracy's reunion as shown in the finale in July 2022. Mackenzie talks to Byron about his relationship with Reese. Paul talks about his vow renewal to Therese this time last year with Nicolette, and some of that was shown in the flashback week, which was a couple of weeks ago. Paul watches Aaron, David, Nicolette, Isla, Leo and Abigail at the Christmas fair. Isla hugs Paul. Paul talks to Isla. Aaron and Nicolette talk about returning to Erinsborough. Nicolette asks Aaron for Ellie's number. Chloe suggests that Paul should dress up as Santa Claus. Nicolette tells Chloe that she called Ellie. Byron apologises to Mackenzie. Mackenzie hands a parcel to Byron. Byron tells Mackenzie that Reese has broken up with him. Byron and Mackenzie arrive at the Christmas fair. Chloe is Chloe is dressed as an elf. David realises that Paul is dressed as Santa. Byron talks to Mackenzie about Reese breaking up with him. Byron calls his actions pathetic. Chloe calls Ellie. Chloe invites Ellie to join her in Erinsborough. Holly and Mackenzie talk about Haz. Chloe, Ellie and Nicolette talk about Asta. Chloe and Ellie talk about Chloe's work. Ellie reunites with Carl and Susan. JJ and Nell talk about Melanie. JJ finds a piece of confetti from Toadie and Melanie's wedding reception. Melanie arrives at Carl and Susan's with some assistance from Nell. Haz apologises to Mackenzie. Mackenzie tells Haz how much Holly likes him. Holly interrupts Haz and Mackenzie's conversation. Chloe tells Ellie about her Huntington's symptoms. Susan gives Melanie a cup of tea. Melanie talks to Carl about Toadie and Therese. Melanie watches Toadie clear up his front garden. Therese tells Wendy about Brad and Lauren. Toadie finds a piece of confetti from his and Melanie's wedding reception. Toadie gets emotional thinking about his and Melanie's wedding, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. That's actually it for this episode because I've not got to talk about any videos. So let me know in the comments below if you did watch this episode, what you thought of it, and if you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. As I said, you can do both those things in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe, and that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 28. Goodbye. The following episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the Neighbours episode released on the 14th of December 2023.
Welcome.
Yes, so welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 29, recorded on the 17th of January 2024, released on the 29th of January 2024. So yes, as I've just said, this episode will contain spoilers from the episode I am talking about, which, as I said, is the 14th of December 2023 episode. So before we get into spoiler territory, my thought on this episode is I loved the scenes with Therese and Jane. Here is my spoiler review of the Neighbours episode released on the 14th of December 2023. We have the previously recap and the title sequence. Therese checks in with Toadie. Therese shows Toadie the present she has bought for Nell. Nell gives Melanie a plant. Melanie gives Nell a birthday present. Nell calls her present perfect. Nell and Melanie hug. Chloe and Ellie talk about Chloe's Huntington's. Ellie tries to reassure Chloe. Chloe asks Ellie to research Huntington's and see if she wants to still be with Chloe. Jane tells Nicolette, Byron and Aaron that Sam has arrived in Scotland. Jane comforts Byron about Reese. Nicolette references Reese's necklace to Byron. Chloe tells Nicolette that Ellie knows about her Huntington's symptoms. Byron still has the necklace that Reese gave him. Nell shows Toadie and Therese what Melanie bought her as a birthday present. Carl talks to Haz about Harold's. Jane talks to Wendy about her and Therese's pitch to the council. Wendy tells Andrew about a sick staff member. Carl checks in with Holly. Ellie tells Susan about Chloe's Huntington's symptoms, and Susan references her MS. Susan gives Ellie some advice. Andrew tells Aaron about the staff issues at the waterhole. Aaron volunteers to work at the waterhole. Wendy accepts Aaron's help. Therese talks to Jane about Melanie and the birthday present she gave to Nell. Ellie talks to Nicolette about her experience of caring for Chloe and Aaron's mum during her battle with Huntington's. Nicolette believes that Chloe and Ellie are perfect for each other. Therese and Jane show Susan their pitch for a combined school and retirement experience. Susan offers to help Therese and Jane. Wendy's impressed at Aaron's work. Wendy gives Aaron the job for the week. Aaron tells David about his new job. David believes that Aaron's new job supports Paul. Haz turns has talks to Byron about Carl. Holly apologises to Haz for Carl's behaviour, and Aaron turns the tables on David. David realises that his reasoning is completely flawed. Melanie believes that she's an idiot as she left her medication list at the hospital. Ellie proposes to Liz. No, let's try. What am I saying? It's not even a word. Let's try that again. Ellie proposes to Chloe. Chloe says yes. Melanie goes to see Remy to get a new medication list. Melanie cries and runs out, and the episode finishes off with a cover-up trailer. We've got an interview with Therese Willis, as played by Rebecca Amaloglu. So Rebecca introduces herself. Rebecca talks about her surprise when finding out Therese and Tony would be married. Rebecca believes that Paul and Therese will get back together one day, and Rebecca talks about working with Ryan Maloney, who plays Tony. And we've also got a Neighbour, which are these 10 seconds bonus scenes that they record. There's been one with Paul and Therese in the past, Andrew and Wendy, so that's what this Neighbour features. And Wendy visits Andrew after work before their date night, and we are going to finish off with the Robinsons roundup, where Paul talks about being Santa at the Christmas fair. Paul mentions Remy and David currently having issues and not getting on. Paul mentions Haz and Holly's relationship, as well as Tony getting emotional when gardening. So that's it for this episode. So let me know in the comments below if you did watch this episode, what you thought of it, and if you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. You can do that in the comments. Remember, you can also like and subscribe, and that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 29. Goodbye. The following episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the 18th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 30, recorded on the 17th of January 2024, released on the 30th of January 2024. So that's right, this episode I'm going to be talking about the Neighbours episode that was released on the 18th of December 2023. It's kind of weird that I'm still, we're nearly in February, well, we're towards the last week of January. Well, no, we're the penultimate day of January. Second to last day of January. And I'm still talking about episodes that have been released prior to Christmas because of how far behind I got. But hopefully once I've caught up, it should kind of be, because it's 4 episodes a week, 4 reviews come out and 3 other bits. But yeah, as I said, I'm going to be talking about the Neighbours episode released on the 18th of December 2023. And at the start of this episode, just a reminder that this episode will contain spoilers from that episode. Before we get into spoiler territory, my spoiler-free thoughts as I loved Nell's birthday party at the beach scenes. Now it's time for my spoiler review of the Neighbours episode released on the 18th of December 2023. Andrew and Wendy are at the beach. Tony asks Carl how Melanie is. David tells Aaron, Jane and Leo that Krista is checking herself out of rehab. Chloe and Ellie tell David, Aaron, Jane and Leo they are now engaged and are going to start planning their wedding. Chloe and Ellie ask Susan to be the celebrant. Susan says yes. Chloe and Ellie want to get married even between Christmas Day 2023, so the 25th of December, and New Year's Day 2024, the 1st of January. Nell opens her present from Therese. Nell gives Therese a hug. Therese picks up Nell's birthday cake. There has been a power cut both at Lassiter's and on Romsey Street. Tony, Therese, Nell and Hugo talk about the power cut, as do Andrew and Wendy. Paul arrives at Tony and Therese's house. Paul offers one of the function rooms at the hotel for Nell's party. Wendy offers to hold Nell's party at the beach. Nell agrees. Tony and Therese tell Carl and Susan about the new location for Nell's party. Susan mentions Melanie with her listening on a conversation. Toadie invites Melanie to Nell's party. Melanie accepts the invitation. Hugo, Nell, Toadie, Therese, Susan, Melanie and Carl arrive at Andrew and Wendy's beach house for Nell's party. Nell and Hugo go down to the beach with Toadie's permission. Chloe and Ellie start wedding planning. They agree to hold their wedding in Erinsborough. Chloe apologises to Ellie. Toadie and Melanie supervise Hugo and Nell playing on the beach. Toadie checks in with Melanie. Melanie tells Toadie about going into the Vanka Murphy house to get a medication list from Remy, but running out due to that house previously belonging to Toadie, and Melanie lived there whilst Toadie and Melanie were together. Toadie tells Melanie about him getting emotional when he saw Melanie return to Ramsey Street. Melanie gets emotional. Therese sees Toadie and Melanie talking. Melanie asks Toadie about Therese. Toadie and Melanie return from the beach. Toadie tells Therese about his emotional moment. Therese tells Toadie that she saw him talking with Melanie. Toadie and Therese promise to not keep secrets from each other. Toadie, Therese, Nell, Hugo, Andrew and Wendy play a game of beach cricket. Paul congratulates Chloe and Ellie on their engagement and upcoming wedding. Cara also congratulates Chloe and Ellie. Now blows out the candles of a cake and cuts it. Melanie talks to Carl about the pain she has caused Toadie. Nell and Hugo. Leo checks in with David. Aaron serves Paul a drink, whilst Paul tells Aaron about his gesture of goodwill. Paul insults Aaron and Krista enters the waterhole, which leads into the coming up trailer as shown at the end of the episode. So that's it for this episode. So let me know in the comments below what you thought of the episode if you watched it. If you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. You can do both those things in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 30. Goodbye. The following episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the Neighbours episode released on the 19th of December 2023. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 31, recorded on the 17th of January 2024, released on the 31st of January 2024. So yes, we're back up to, I like to try and be 2 weeks in advance, recording wise. That might, something like episode 25 was like 8 days, this is now 14. So yeah, sometimes it changes depending upon what things I have to do, but yeah, I try to. So just in case something comes up, I know that the episodes will keep coming out daily. So this is the final podcast episode of January 2024, because it's the last day of January with daily episodes. So yes, but in this episode, as I said, I'm going to be doing a spoiler review of the 19th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. But before we get to spoiler territory, it's time for my spoiler-free thoughts on the episode, which are that I loved how Krista stood up to Paul. Here is my spoiler review of the Neighbours episode released on the 19th of December 2023. The episode starts off with a previously recap and the title sequence. Krista reunites with David and Leo. Sadie, Holly, Haz and Mackenzie talk about how their families celebrate Christmas. Holly suggests an impromptu Christmas party. Krista informs Paul of her new position at Lassiter's with some involvement from Reese. Krista throws up in a toilet. Cara gives the list of Lassiter's decorations to Chloe and Ellie. Paul tells Chloe about Krista's new job role. Krista tells David that she won't be attending her father's funeral. Krista talks to Chloe and Leo about her new job. David checks that Krista is okay after feeling somewhat light-headed. Remy does the same and asks Krista to go to the hospital to hopefully get the all clear. Sadie, yes, that's right, and Mackenzie talk about Haz. Remy informs Krista of her results. Holly and Haz talk about presents and kiss. David and Aaron talk about Remy. David and Aaron take Krista home. Cara even. There's not a character in Neighbours currently called Kerry. Cara tells Chloe and Ellie about her and Remy's wedding. Chloe and Ellie agree to have their wedding at the pavilion. Holly has Sadie and Mackenzie open their presents from each other. Paul talks to Leo about Krista and Reese. Chloe and Ellie tell Paul about the change in wedding venue. Paul agrees to pay for the honeymoon. Krista talks to Leo about her leaving rehab. Krista takes some medication. David attempts to clear the air with Remy. Haz's scarf is destroyed. Haz believes this is Trevor's fault, and the episode finishes off with a current trailer. And we've actually got a video to talk about which Shiv, who plays Haz, gets a quiz on Mackenzie, and Mackenzie is played by Georgie. So Georgie asks several questions to Shiv about Mackenzie. One of these questions is, where did Mackenzie get married? So that's it for this episode. So let me know in the comments below if you did watch the episode, what you thought of it. If you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. Also, I want to know what your favourite episode of January 2024 of the podcast. So all 31, what's your favourite episode? And also let us know that, and you can do all of those things in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. That's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 31. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 32, recorded on the 27th of January 2024, released on the 1st of February 2024. Now, as you will have seen, the recorded date and the release date is about 5 days away, which is closer than I would have liked, but I've not been feeling very well, so I've not been able to record. But yes, so you're going to, like with the last batch, because that's what I tried to do. I tried to block out a day and record all the episodes for a week or so on. It normally tends to be about a week. So there's the introduction. And in this episode, I'm going to be reviewing the Neighbours episode that was just let's try again. I am reviewing the Neighbours episode released on the 20th of December 2023. Here is my review for that episode. But before that, I'll be starting off with my spoiler-free thoughts before I get into spoilers and everything. So I loved the scenes between Krista and Leo, and I enjoyed the proposal with Therese and Jane. Now, this is a spoiler alert now. There will now be spoilers for the 20th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Toadie and Therese talk about Nell's birthday party. Therese and Jane continue to flesh out their combined school and retirement experience pitch. Haz, Holly, Mackenzie and Sadie talk about the scarf that Mackenzie knitted for Haz. Byron interrupts them. Leo talks to Paul about Krista. Leo offers to give Krista a tour of Laster's. David gets a drink for both Krista and Leo. Krista, David and Leo talk about Eden. Krista thanks David and Leo for their support. Trevor apologises to Mackenzie for destroying Haz's scarf that she knitted for him. Holly tells Byron that she destroyed Haz's scarf. Holly talks to Byron about her feelings towards Haz. Haz discovers that Holly destroyed his scarf. Nicolette talks to Byron about Reese. Byron and Nicolette laugh at Jane's outfit choice. Therese and Nicolette help Jane choose a different outfit. Holly confronts Haz and Mackenzie about their feelings for each other while trying to justify why she destroyed Haz's scarf. Haz and Mackenzie explain their feelings to Holly. Holly doesn't believe Mackenzie and Haz. Holly also confronts Haz about the comment he made to Byron. Holly tells Haz she is in love with him. Holly storms off. Therese and Jane deliver their pitch to the council. Leo shows Krista the software that is used in Lasters on Paul's computer. Krista starts to feel unwell. Krista snaps and apologises to Leo. Krista tells Leo that she's pregnant. Krista and Leo talk about Krista's pregnancy as well as Eden and David. Tony, Therese, Jane, Aaron, Nicolette, Byron and David celebrate how good Therese and Jane's pitch went. Jane thanks Nicolette for organising the school protest. Byron reunites with a woman at the waterhole. This woman gives Byron an offer for him to return to his previous career as an escort, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. So yes, that's it for this episode. So in tomorrow's episode, I'll be reviewing the 21st of December 2023 episode of Neighbours, and that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 32. But before I go, remember you could also like and subscribe, and in the comments below let me know what you thought of the episode if you watched it. If you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. You can do both those things in the comments below. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 32. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 33, recorded on the 27th of January 2024, released on the 2nd of February 2024. This episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the Neighbours review. The Neighbours episode released on the 21st of December 2023, which I'll do a review on in a second. So there's a spoiler alert, but before I get into actual spoilers, here's my spoiler-free thought of this episode, which I loved of the scenes between Byron and Nicolette. Final spoiler warning now. So if you have not watched this episode, either go and watch it, or if you don't mind being spoiled, you can carry on watching. If you have watched it, continue watching the episode. Byron continues to talk with the woman he was talking to at the end of the last episode. Nicolette sees Byron, talks to this woman. Nicolette talks to Aaron about the woman. Paul checks in with Chloe about her and Ellie's wedding. Paul invites Chloe to join him for Christmas. Nicolette talks to Byron about the woman he was with in the waterhole. Nicolette finds out that Byron still has the necklace Reese gave him. Teresa Jane's pitch now has council approval. Chloe talks to Melanie about Tina. Melanie comments on Paul's previous sketchy behaviour. Aaron talks to Paul about his job at the waterhole. Byron and Haz have a disagreement over Byron telling Holly a comment Haz said to him in confidence. Haz talks about Byron to Aaron and Chloe. Aaron mentions Chloe and Ellie's wedding. Chloe mentions Aaron and David's wedding. Jane tells Melanie that Tina's dad is a counsellor. Nicolette and Byron talk about his decision to spend Christmas overseas and escort, and Jane's reaction to finding out when Byron decides to tell her. Byron can't tell Jane about his Christmas plans. Aaron and Isla go to visit Paul. Paul gives a present to Aaron that is meant for Isla, and Paul asks Aaron to not say it's from him, otherwise David won't accept the present. Melanie works out that Paul hired Tina back so that Tina's dad would be able to push Teresa Jane's pitch through council. Paul works out that Melanie is still in love with Tony. Nicolette meets the woman that Byron has been talking to and is planning on going overseas with. The woman mistakes Nicolette for one of Byron's clients. Nicolette reveals she is Byron's sister to the woman. Nicolette mentions Byron's relationship with Reese. Melanie tells Jane about Paul's recent behaviour. Melanie also tells Therese and Tony. Byron confronts Nicolette about her meddling in his Christmas plans. Therese confronts Paul about his influence over her and Jane's pitch. Paul confesses to Therese that confesses to Therese that he is still in love with her. Byron fills in Jane about his planned return to escorting. Jane comforts Byron. I cannot say his name. Let's try that again. Jane comforts Byron about Reese. Nicolette watches Byron and Jane's conversation. Paul tries to justify his actions to Therese. Paul admits that he overstepped. Therese asks Paul to stay out of her life for good. We now have a couple of videos to talk about, so that's for the review. And I should have said, I've got to add it in. The episode finished off with a coming up trailer. Now we're going to talk about the Robinsons Roundup. Paul talks about Nell's 15th birthday party. Paul mentions Krista returning from rehab. Paul mentions that Therese and Jane are back on the same page. And Byron at the waterhole with a mysterious woman. Next up is the Christmas Eve video, which was obviously released on Christmas Day. And Candice, who plays Wendy, Henrietta, who plays Sam, and Lucinda, who plays Melanie, wish us a Merry Christmas, with Stefan, who plays Paul, suggesting the opposite. So that's it for this episode. So in tomorrow's episode, I'll be reviewing the Christmas Day episode, so the episode of Neighbours that was released on the 25th of December 2023. But before I go, remember you can like and subscribe, and let me know in the comments below what you thought about the episode if you watched it, and my review if you didn't. As I said, you can do both those things in the comments below. But that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 33. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 34, recorded on the 27th of January 2024, released on the 3rd of February 2024, and in this episode, like I said at the end of the last episode, I'll be reviewing the Christmas Day, so the 25th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Spoiler alert here. This episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the 25th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Before I get into spoiler territory, it's time for my spoiler-free thoughts, which I love the Christmas theme of the episode. I enjoyed seeing how each house spends Christmas differently. Final spoiler warning now, so if you have watched the episode, keep on watching. If you haven't, I want to watch the episode, go and do that and then come back. And if you haven't watched it, but aren't going to watch it and just for my review, feel free to stay. The episode starts off with the previously recap and title sequence. Tony pretends to be Santa Claus. Tony and Therese mention Paul. Isla opens her presents. Aaron pretends that Isla's present from Paul is from him instead. Ellie and Susan mention Liz, Susan's sister and Ellie's mother. Susan checks in with Melanie. The Leaning Tower of pizza boxes fall. Haz and Holly agree that they need a talk with each other. They mention Mackenzie's feelings for Haz. Holly gives Haz a present. Haz and Holly agree that they need a break from their relationship for a little bit. Paul plays with Abby. Paul realises that bribing a counsellor was wrong. Haz fills in Sadie and Mackenzie about his conversation with Holly. Jane, with some help from Aaron, puts her turkey in the oven. Tony, Therese, Nan and Hugo sit down for Christmas lunch, as do Carl, Susan, Ellie, Chloe, Holly and Melanie. Carl and Susan comfort Melanie. Carl sings a Christmas song. Byron and Nicolette mention Reese and the Nicolette she left. Mention Reese and the necklace. I think I might have said Nicolette there, I can't remember. Let's just read that sentence again. Byron and Nicolette mentioned Reese and the necklace she left for Byron. Byron leaves Jane's to join the party at his Haz and Mackenzie's. Aaron tells David, Leo and Nicolette about visiting Paul with Isla. Nicolette visits Paul. Jane, Therese and Tony talk about Paul's bribing. Nell and Hugo visit Melanie. Carl takes Hugo outside. Sadie tells Holly about Richie. Holly messages Richie. Chloe and Leo talk about romance. Byron and Haz have a conversation. Byron apologises for his actions. Haz comforts Byron. Byron and Haz hug. Byron and Haz knock the Christmas tree into the pool. Richie arrives at the party. Nell and Hugo want to play a ball game with Therese. Tony visits Paul to talk about Therese. Mackenzie and Richie catch up. Richie attempts to kiss Mackenzie. Richie tells Mackenzie about Holly's text to him. Mackenzie confronts Holly about her inviting Richie to the party. Holly slips backward into the pool. Holly's dress has attached itself to the Christmas tree. Holly's trapped underwater. The episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. We've got 2 other videos to talk about. So the Merry Christmas video, which we've got Merry Christmas messages from Candice, who plays Wendy, Alan, who plays Carl, Lucinda, who plays Melanie, Tim, who plays Leo, Matt, who plays Aaron, Shiv, who plays Haz, Xavier, who plays Byron, and Stephanie, who plays Paul. We've got a message from Santa. We've got a joyous message from Santa and a sinister message from Paul. So that's it for the episode. So the next episode, I'll be reviewing the next episode of Neighbours. So the episode of Neighbours that was released on the 26th of December 2023. Remember, you can like and subscribe and let me know in the comments below what you thought about this episode. If you watched it, if you didn't, let me know about my review. You can do both those things in the comments below. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 34. Goodbye.
Welcome.
Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 35, recorded on the 27th of January 2024, released on the 4th of February 2024. In this episode, I'll be reviewing the 26th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Spoiler warning here, this episode will contain spoilers from the 26th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So before we get into spoiler territory, it's time for my spoiler-free thoughts on the episode, which is that I loved the scenes between Krista, David and Leo, and enjoyed seeing Krista give Paul a taste of his own medicine. Final spoiler warning now, so if you have watched this episode, you'll know what's happening because you watched it, and you can continue watching. If you haven't seen it but would like to, go away and watch it. You can watch it on Amazon Freevee in the UK and US, and Amazon Prime in pretty much every other English-speaking country. And yes, if you don't want to watch it and want to carry on with this video, that's fine. I just want to prepare that there are spoilers coming. So the episode starts off with the previously recap and the title sequence. Holly is still trapped underwater. Haz unties Holly's dress and rescues her. Mackenzie talks to Sadie about Holly. Leo talks to Paul about Christmas. Carl visits Holly. Mackenzie fills in Carl about what led to Holly being trapped underwater. Carl takes Holly home. Haz and Holly hug. Mackenzie also fills in Haz, Byron and Sadie. Sadie comforts Mackenzie. Ellie has booked a spa for both Asta and Susan. Holly starts to panic. Carl convinces Holly to sit down. Haz comforts Holly. David and Krista participate in meditation. Krista tells David that she is pregnant. Krista tells David that Eden is the father. Paul wants to see Krista in his office. Asta tells Susan that she has been asked to keep a secret by her grandmother Liz. Paul issues Krista an event to organise. Byron tries to reassure Mackenzie that Holly's incident was an accident. Carl expresses displeasure in Mackenzie's actions. David, Leo and Krista talk about the assignment that Paul has given Krista to complete. Mackenzie, Byron and Sadie ask how Holly is to Haz. Krista talks to the person that Paul has asked Krista to organise an event for. David asks Leo why Krista told Leo about her pregnancy before David. Before David was told. David congratulates Krista for organising the event Paul asked her to. Leo volunteers to help Krista. Susan tells Ellie the secret that Asta's been keeping, which is that Liz left Asta home alone. Ellie believes she has to cancel her and Chloe's honeymoon. David brings food for Krista and Leo. Ellie calls Liz about her recent actions involving Asta, leading to Ellie uninviting her from the wedding. Susan offers to look after Asta whilst Ellie and Chloe are on their honeymoon. Ellie asks Asta about it. Asta agrees. Has tells Byron, Mackenzie and Sadie that him and Holly are no longer on a break. Sadie checks in with Mackenzie. Krista gives Paul her event proposal. Krista's outsmarted Paul. Holly tells Has that either him or Mackenzie need to move out for Has and Holly to be together, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. And we've also got a Boxing Day message, which involves happy Boxing Day messages from Candice, who plays Wendy, and Stefan, who plays Paul. So that's it for this episode. So the next episode, in tomorrow's episode, I will be reviewing the 27th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. But remember, you can like and subscribe and let me know in the comments below if you did watch this episode, what you thought of it. If you watched my review, let me know what you thought of that as well. You can do, as I said, you can do both those things in the comments below. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 35. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 36, recorded on the 28th of January 2024, released on the 5th of February 2024. This episode of the Everything Podcast will contain spoilers from the 27th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. So if you haven't been watching the last couple of episodes, which is more than that, I've been reviewing Neighbours because I'm catching up. Basically, yeah, because I haven't done until I started. I think the 4th of December episode was the first one I've reviewed in Season 3 because of finale week and Doctor Who taking a priority. Neighbours has had to take a back seat, but yes, Neighbours is the priority at the moment. So yes, in this episode, as I said, I'll be reviewing the 27th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. Before I get into my spoiler review, it is time for my spoiler-free thoughts, which I loved the scene between Aaron and Chloe, and I enjoyed Susan telling Aaron off. Final spoiler warning now, that there will now be spoilers. So if you've watched it, obviously you'll know what's coming. If you haven't and would like to go and watch it now and then come back. And if you haven't watched it and don't mind about spoilers, feel free to continue watching. The episode starts off with a privacy recap and the title sequence. Has believes that Holly's ultimatum is due to her shock. Has volunteers to stay with Holly until she falls asleep. Ellie talks to Chloe about uninviting Liz from the wedding. Ellie gives Chloe multiple compliments. Ellie and Chloe kiss. Aaron has forgotten to get the wedding rings for Ellie and Chloe. Sadie quizzes Mackenzie about her true feelings for Has. Sadie believes that Mackenzie was flirting with Has at the party. Mackenzie denies this. Krista tells David and Leo about her latest encounter with Paul. Krista thanks David and Leo for their support. Ellie shows Chloe a photo of Asta, which was taken by Susan. Chloe and Ellie say goodbye to each other. David checks that Krista's doing everything right for her baby. Krista doesn't want to talk to David about potential complications for her baby. Krista asks David to leave. David leaves Krista's room. Mackenzie plans on visiting Holly to patch everything up. Patching things up. To patch things up, not patch everything up. Haz disagrees with Mackenzie's plan. David talks to Aaron about Krista. David accidentally tells Eden that Krista is pregnant, and Aaron correctly guesses that Eden is the father of Krista's baby. Aaron is wearing special underwear that David bought him for Christmas. David asks Aaron to show him Chloe and Ellie's wedding rings. Aaron agrees. Aaron has only picked up one ring. David reminds Aaron that he had one job to do as Chloe's bridesman. Therese gives Chloe something borrowed. Chloe tells Therese about Liz. Chloe also talks about her mum, who has unfortunately passed away from Huntington's. She talks about her mum to Therese. Chloe calls Therese her business mother. Therese likes it. Haz tells Sadie that Holly wants either him or Mackenzie to move out. Sadie makes a reference to Top Gun, which impresses Haz. Sadie tells Haz that he must tell Mackenzie about Holly's ultimatum. Krista tells Leo about her snapping at David. Leo volunteers to listen to Krista whenever Krista needs or wants him to. Haz finally tells Mackenzie about Holly's ultimatum. Susan yells at Aaron for forgetting to pick up one of the wedding rings, while reminding him that organising the rings was his only job. Susan tells Aaron to get changed behind a bush. Aaron initially believes that Susan's joking until he realises that she's being serious. Deadly serious, that is. Aaron calls Susan Mrs. Kennedy. Aaron starts to get changed. Leo walks past, seeing the underwear that David bought Aaron for Christmas. Aaron tries to explain. Leo doesn't want to know anymore. Mackenzie tells Haz she has organised a trip to visit her dad. Mackenzie explains her decision to Haz. Mackenzie mentions that if Hendrix gave her an ultimatum similar to the one Holly gave to Haz, she would call him out. Aaron tells David that Leo saw him getting changed in the underwear David bought him. Krista apologises to David for snapping at him. Leo watches David and Krista hug. Chloe compares her impending wedding with Ellie to her wedding with Pierce. Chloe can't wear her wedding shoes due to her developing Huntington's symptoms. Chloe tells Therese this. The episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. We've got a video to talk about as well, which is a video titled Holly's Pool Stunt Behind the Scenes. So Georgie, who plays Mackenzie, introduces this video. Lucinda, who plays there's two Lucindas I should mention. Well, Lucinda Cowden plays Melanie, and Lucinda Armstrong Hall, which is the Lucinda we're talking about now, plays Holly. Lucinda talks about the stunt as well as the stunt double. The nurse introduces herself. Georgie and Lucinda talk about the temperature. Shiv talks about Haz rescuing the Holly, and that's it for this episode. So in the next episode, I'll be reviewing the 28th of December 2023 and the final 2023 episode of Neighbours in the next episode. But back to this episode. Let me know in the comments below what you thought of this episode. If you watched it, if you didn't, let me know what you thought of my review. You can do both those things, as I said, in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 36. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 37, recorded on the 28th of January 2024, released on the 6th of February 2024. This episode will contain spoilers from the 28th of December 2023 episode of Neighbours. And this will be my final Neighbours review for a week and a bit, which I will explain at the end of the episode. But without further ado, let's get into it. Here is my review of the Neighbours episode released on the 28th of December 2023. But we'll start off with my spoiler-free thought, which I enjoyed the wedding scenes. Final spoiler warning now. So if you have watched this episode, well, you'll know what's happening, so you can watch it. If you haven't watched it and would like to, go away, go and watch the episode, and then come back. If you haven't watched this episode and don't mind spoilers, then feel free to continue watching. The episode starts off, as always, with the previously recap and the title sequence. Chloe calls Ellie beautiful. Ellie tries to calm down Chloe. Chloe tells Ellie that she can't wear her wedding shoes. Ellie takes off her shoes in solidarity with Chloe not being able to wear hers. Jane helps Melanie put on a necklace. Melanie tells Jane that she's been summoned to an interview for her drug-related charges. Melanie believes that she can't attend Chloe and Ellie's wedding due to preparing for this interview. Chloe shows Susan a message from Jemima, who is the celebrant of Aaron and David's wedding. Susan reads this message out loud. Krista gets the same message that Melanie did. Chloe and Ellie arrive at their wedding. Nicolette brings Asta to Ellie and Chloe, ready for them to walk down the aisle. Paul uncharacteristically sends his well wishes to Chloe and Ellie. Asta throws petals as she walks down the aisle. Susan introduces the wedding. Ellie delivers her wedding vows. Chloe delivers hers. Carl and Aaron give Chloe and Ellie's wedding rings to Asta. Asta passes the rings to Ellie and Chloe. Chloe and Ellie put their wedding rings on each other. Chloe and Ellie kiss. Melanie meets with her lawyer to discuss her drug charges in the UK. Melanie's lawyer asks Melanie to collect multiple character references. Jane and Carl talk to Chloe about her and Ellie's wedding ceremony. Chloe mentions Jane being engaged to Mike. Nicolette mentions Jane being drunk on several occasions. Carl and Jane ask about Melanie's meeting with her lawyer. Nell, that's not a character's name. Nell and Hugo dance with Melanie and Krista talk about their interview tomorrow. Melanie tells Nell about her interview. Melanie doesn't want references from Toadie and Therese. Chloe and Ellie deliver a toast. Aaron shares an embarrassing story about Chloe. Carl sings a song about Chloe and Ellie. Susan delivers a toast. Aaron and David kiss. Leo asks Krista about her meeting with her lawyer. Krista and Leo decide to get a coffee together. Chloe renames her cocktail in Ellie's honour. Therese thanks Melanie for exposing Paul's bribing. Therese believes that Melanie is a good person. Melanie sees Therese and Toadie hug. Krista and Leo talk about Krista's drug charges. Krista mentions exposing her pregnancy and the consequences of doing so. Leo suggests that Krista comes up with a worst case scenario plan if Eden finds out he's the father of Krista's baby. Asta gives flowers to Ellie and Chloe. Ellie references Susan looking after Asta whilst her and Chloe are on their honeymoon. Nicolette has worked out a new couple name for Chloe and Ellie, Chelly. Ellie and Chloe both like Chelly. Chloe and Ellie leave for their honeymoon. David reads a message from Leo. Toadie, Therese, Nell and Hugo arrive home. Toadie and Therese kiss. Nell tells Toadie and Therese about Melanie needing character references for her interview. Therese suggests that Nell and Hugo go upstairs. Toadie believes that Melanie is overstepped. Leo and Krista say goodbye to each other. Leo fills David in about his conversation with Krista. David realises that Leo is attracted to Krista. David reminds Leo that addicts of any kind should not start a relationship within the first year of recovery. Toadie writes a negative character reference to Melanie due to his anger. Jane and Nicolette arrive home. Nicolette finds a key. And the episode finishes off with a cover trailer. We've also got a few video. Is there a few? Yes. It's at least one video to talk about, which is titled Chloe and Ellie's Wedding Behind the Scenes. Jodie and April, who play Ellie and Chloe, introduce the video. April talks about the cameras. Jodie refers to returning to Neighbours. Tim, who plays Leo, and April references the rain. April talks about filming the wedding. Matt, who plays Aaron, congratulates April. Jodie and April mention their last day of filming on Neighbours for the time being. We've also got Robinson's Roundup with several clips from the last 4 episodes being shown. Paul comments on Krista and Leo being drawn to each other. Paul mentions Chloe and Ellie's wedding. So that's it for this episode. So like I said at the beginning of the episode, it's the final Neighbours episode. Well, it's the final 2023 episode of Neighbours anyway. But it's the fight, so which is kind of a great place to stop for a little bit. To do some more reviews, which is on season 2 of What If, which came out from the 22nd to the 30th of December 2023, and then we'll carry on with Neighbours and other nice bits and pieces to come up shortly. So let me know in the comments below what you thought of this episode, if you watched it, or my review if you didn't watch it. As I said, you can do both those things in the comments below. You can also like and subscribe, and that's it for the Everything Podcast Season 3 Episode 37. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast Season 3 Episode 47, recorded on the 12th of February 2024, released on the 16th of February 2024. Like I said in the last episode, we're now back to Neighbours, which will be for however many weeks, because obviously I don't record podcast episodes every single day, but I've started a job, I've got obviously life in general as well. So obviously, even though I'm starting to get through it, and obviously the gap's going to get shortened, it's going to take a while to actually catch up, but I promise I will catch up eventually. Yes. So yeah, we're going to be catching up on all the Neighbours episodes in the next few weeks, but without further ado, here is my review of the 1st of January 2024 episode of Neighbours. But before we hit spoiler territory, it's time for my spoiler-free thoughts. I love the scenes between Therese and Nal. I enjoyed the scenes between Toadie and Melanie. Spoiler warning now, if you have watched the episode, or you know what's going to happen. If you haven't and would like to, most countries is either available on Amazon Freevee or Prime Video. So if you go onto Prime in your country, Amazon Freevee is like the free version of Amazon Prime, but that's only available in the UK and the US. So maybe Amazon Prime Video in your country, and you should be able to find it there. And if you haven't watched the episode and it might be in sport, feel free to continue watching. My spoiler review of the 1st of January 2024 episode of Neighbours starts in 3, 2, 1. We have the previously recap and the title sequence. Nell talks to Melanie about Melanie's police interview taking place today. Nell reveals to Melanie that she spoke to Toadie about Melanie needing character references. Melanie shouts at Nell for her actions. Nell runs out. Toadie regrets sending a character reference for Melanie. David reads Krista's character references. Nicolette attempts to figure out where a mysterious key has come from. Nicolette opens a Christmas card from the Varga Murphys. Melanie's lawyer shows Melanie Toadie's negative character reference about her. Nell talks to Toadie and Therese about Melanie shouting at her. Therese suggests that Toadie should write a new character reference for Melanie. Krista and David arrive for Melanie and Krista's interview. Krista gets a text message from Leo. Melanie starts her interview without her lawyer as Melanie fires her. Therese and Nell talk about the misunderstanding regarding the character references for Melanie. Therese tries to reassure Nell about Melanie. Melanie's nerves get the better of her at several points throughout her interview. Melanie explains how she cared for Krista. Toadie arrives with an updated character reference for Melanie. Nicolette tells Therese that Melanie fired her lawyer. Toadie and Melanie's former lawyer interrupt Melanie's interview. Toadie apologises to Melanie for the original character reference he wrote for her. Toadie reveals that he doesn't hate Melanie. Melanie reads Toadie's new character reference for her. Melanie rehires her lawyer. Krista starts her interview with David alongside her. Krista accepts responsibility for her previous actions. Nicolette snaps at a pizza delivery driver. Nicolette tells Jane that the charges against her have been dropped. Nicolette looks at a picture of her ex-girlfriend Kiri. Melanie thanks Toadie for convincing her to not give up and rehire a lawyer. David warns Krista about getting into a romantic relationship with Leo. Nell checks in on Hugo. Therese reads the new character reference that Toadie wrote for Melanie, and the episode finishes off with a come-up trailer. And also on the 1st of January, a Happy New Year message was released, which was a Happy New Message. Happy New Message? No, I missed a word there. A Happy New Year message, which includes Jackie, who plays Stevenson, Stefan, who plays Paul, Alan, who plays Carl, and Lucinda, who plays Melanie. So yes, in the next episode, I'm going to be going to the next episode, so the Neighbours episode that was released on the 2nd of January 2024, and we're going to keep going on Neighbours until we've caught up. And I don't know what I'm going to cover next, because I'm doing the podcast slightly differently, which you may have started to realise, because you may have realised that some compilation videos have gone up when I'm recording. When I'm recording this episode, some have already gone out. So there's been one for the D23 Expo 2022. There was one for San Diego Comic Con 2022, Star Wars Celebration 2022, and DC Fandom 2021. I'm working on the Neighbours one, the Doctor Who one, the DC one, the Marvel one. Is there another one? Am I missing one? What am I missing? I am missing something. I can't remember. Was that it? Maybe that is it. Oh yes, Only Murders in the Building is the other one. So those 5 compilations, they're all going to be in one place. So you don't have to go, if you want to catch up on everything I've done, you don't have to watch 100 episodes or whatever it is. You could just watch a video that's obviously going to be quite long, but it's all in one place. So let me know in the comments below what you thought of this episode. If you watched it, my review. If you didn't remember, there's a community post or the comment section to put any suggestions of things you would like me to review, because even though I'm focusing on Neighbours, I want to do other bits and pieces as well. Just remind you can do that in the comments below. Remember, you can also like and subscribe. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 47. Goodbye. Welcome to the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 48, recorded on the 12th of February 2024 and released on the 17th of February 2024. And in this episode, I'm going to be reviewing the 2nd of January 2024 episode of Neighbours. So if you haven't watched the last episode, that's going to be happening. If you haven't watched like the Neighbours episodes previously, then obviously you might be a bit confused. But obviously, they're standalone to a certain extent because it's a new episode. So it's like, so let's use What If as a perfect example. You could probably jump in and out. Like you could probably watch episodes 5. You would only need to watch episodes 5, 6, 8, and 9, and you'd probably understand it. But you should watch the whole thing. That's what I suggest, anyway. But yes. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing in this episode. And as I said in yesterday's episode, we're going to keep going through all the Neighbours episodes, so we're closing the gap, because obviously we're doing one each day. Only 4 episodes release a week, so if I'm doing 7 episodes about it, then obviously that's going to the gap, whereas well, if it's 4, if I only reviewed 4 episodes a week, the gap would be the same. But yeah, eventually we should hopefully catch up. So yes, before I get into spoiler territory, though, it's time for my spoiler-free thoughts this episode, which I loved Cara and Aaron's plan to trick Remy and David, and I enjoyed the scenes with Melanie and Nell. So we'll be spoiler warning now. If you haven't watched this episode, obviously you know what's going to happen. If you haven't and would like to watch it before you watch or listen to my review, you can watch it. Most English-speaking countries is on Prime Video. So yes, here is my spoiler review of the Neighbours episode released on the 2nd of January 2024 in 3, 2, 1. We have the previously recap and the title sequence. Wendy asks Carl about Susan babysitting Asta. Wendy informs Carl that Haz and Holly had broken up prior to Holly nearly drowning. Toadie and Therese talk about Melanie and Nell. David and Aaron talk about Krista. David tells Aaron that the van David used to own with Melanie is up for sale again. David also tells Toadie about this. Carl invites Haz for dinner. Haz agrees to join him and Holly. Toadie and Nell go for a walk and chat about Melanie. Melanie apologises to Nell for shouting at her. Nell apologises to Melanie for getting involved sorting out character references for Melanie. Holly apologises to Haz on Carl's behalf. Melanie tells Nell and Toadie that she isn't being forced to return to the UK. Toadie tells Melanie that the van that Melanie used to own with Amy and then David is for sale. David tells Aaron that Krista and Melanie won't be forced to return to the UK. Aaron apologises to Cara on David's behalf. Carl tells Holly that he knows that's the problem when you've got characters in the same show with similar names. Carl tells Holly that he knows about the break that Holly and Haz had before Holly nearly drowned. Haz arrives at Carl and Susan's for dinner. Tony tells Therese that Melanie doesn't have to return to the UK, as well as the van that Melanie used to own being back on the market. Carl quizzes Haz on several topics, which includes if he's planning on attending the last year's New Year's Eve party, and if Haz wants to expand the Harold's menu. Aaron tricks David into them having a dinner party with Cara and Remy. Cara has also tricked Remy into attending. Nell checks in with Melanie. Melanie blames herself for David, Aaron and Nicolette leaving Erinsborough. Melanie apologises to Nell for nerdening Nell with all of this information. Holly confronts Carl about his behaviour when talking to Haz. Holly asks Carl to give her some space. Cara convinces Remy to tell David and Aaron a story about Carl. David tells Cara and Remy about Carl being David's mentor whilst David worked at Erinsborough Hospital. David and Remy reach common ground when they talk about being doctors at some point in their lives. Cara and Aaron's plan seems to have worked. Carl and Melanie talk about Holly. Melanie has been gifted the van she used to co-own and seemingly now fully owns. The gifter is currently unknown. Nell finds out about the van being back in Melanie's possession. Therese believes that Toadie bought the van back for Melanie. David and Aaron catch up with Remy and Cara after their dinner party last night. Therese tells Toadie that Melanie has her van back, and the episode finishes off with a coming up trailer. So yes, that's my review of the Neighbours episode released on the 2nd of January 2024. So like I keep reiterating, we're just going to keep going with the Neighbours episodes, so every day there will be a Neighbours review for the foreseeable future until we've caught up. But obviously they're going to keep going because obviously the other big ones, so DC, Marvel and Doctor Who, they're not out all year round. Like Neighbours has episodes out as 4 episodes out a week, normally for 52 weeks or so. Yeah, kind of all year round. Obviously not every day like the podcast, but yeah. So let me know in the comments below if you have any suggestions of what you would like me to review and cover. You can either put it in the comments section of any episode of the podcast or put it in the community post that if you go onto the channel, you see it, there's a community tile section. There we are, community section. Click on community and then it'll have the latest post, which is about the suggestions that I've had so far. Remember, you can please let me know what you thought about the episode if you watched it in my review, if you didn't. And remember, you can do all of those things in the comments below. But you can also like and subscribe. And that's it for the Everything Podcast, Season 3, Episode 48. Goodbye.